And we welcome you to TU Game Day Live, presented by the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm your host, Charles McNeil. Please be sure to like and subscribe to the Tuskegee Athletics channel right here on YouTube, and tell your friends to do the same. This one is the place to be, and where you'll find out everything you need to know about your Golden Tigers. After an opening week gave our football student athletes a much-needed chance to lock in on their books and a little bit of campus life, they're now ready to cage a group of Golden Rams from Albany State University during ASU's homecoming festivities. But before we get it going, I have to say a special good morning to the TU Nation in our Central, Mountain, and Pacific time zones. They got up early for a little breakfast and football, so we thank you for that. Now, we traveled 140 miles on the Tuskegee train to Albany, and we're here in Georgia. Some of the natives around these parts call it Albany. Of course, it's homecoming Ram style. Here's a taste of what we saw in South Georgia. As usual, here in the SIAC, the hospitality has been great. And in 2 weeks, we'll show everyone how homecoming is done. Now it's time for us to recap our last contest, and it's hard for me to believe it's been 14 nights since we watched the Golden Tigers match up in the 86th edition of the Tuskegee Morehouse Classic.
First down pickup at the 27.
Play had a bit of a wishbone feel to it.
Okay. Oh, you're giving something away on that, huh? On the inside, nothing. It's going to be a touchdown run by the quarterback. McGrew able to just keep it and runs it left side, and TU scores first here. Three receivers again to his right. Now they break it to formation and sliding back that way. Nation across the middle. Now McGrew going to roll right side. He's got some space there. Now fires upfield. Got a man behind the coverage. Oh, in stride. Easy. Touchdown, TU. Scott with the snap. Shoots it upfield. One-handed catch made there on the inside by Woodford. Woodford works his way down the right side. Still on his feet. They missed him on a tackle there. Woodford still fights away. I think he got in the end zone. Somehow Woodford able to avoid tacklers going down the field, keeping his balance on the last 2 or 3 yards, and Tuskegee just not able to wrap him up. Morehouse started at their own 27, now down at the 25 of TU. Scott handles the snap, looks upfield, got a man behind the defense, easy pitch and touchdown throw to Cameron Brunson. Scott, he'll take the snap. In the middle, fires across the middle to the end zone, touchdown. Threw a bullet to the end zone, and the catch was made right there. Nicely done there, and he found Brunson on the end of that. Scott in shotgun. They bring a man in motion. That's Brunson to the right side. Pressure on the backside. Fires it to the end zone. Benny, the tight end, wide open. Touchdown, Morehouse.
You know, one of the first things that coaches and players check out when the schedule is released, who are we playing for homecoming? And they also want to know, are we going to be someone else's homecoming opponent? The reason that they check out the latter is that for homecoming opponents, they're considered by the alumni and fans of the other team as an easy W. I don't see that being the case today. I expect Tuskegee to come out fired up and poised to spoil another team's homecoming.
We got to go in with a different mindset. Anytime a team picks you for homecoming, they're expected to win. But our mindset got to be different, and we just got to go in and make sure that we're doing our job to put on a good showing and get a victory at the end of the day. We got a week off. The guys came out with high energy last week, and then for the past couple of days, practice been upbeat, and we got a lot of young guys that's playing, for us. So just trying to get those guys molded and grounded in what we're doing. And like I say, the energy has been good this week and last week. So looking forward to coming in this weekend versus Albany State and having a good showing.
We got freshmen that can actually ball at this level and higher level. You don't got to always look for the college experience in the freshman, but you can look for their potential and their level of play, because they will never recruit us for no reason if we couldn't play at this level. So it just shows that us freshmen, we can do it. We got a promising team if we stay together and we actually build off what we got this year. After watching the first game film and some of the practice film, I usually have my eyes in the wrong place, which causes me to either take sets or having to use my legs in unnecessary situations. So that this week of practice has been preparation. So I just try to get my eyes in the right place so I won't have to make unnecessary or extra movements.
Coming up, we'll tell you about the recent history of the Golden Tigers as a homecoming opponent. So get ready. The Standard is up next as TU Game Day Live, presented by the U.S. Coast Guard, rolls on right after this from Albany, Georgia.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
And we welcome you once again to TU Game Day Live, presented by the U.S. Coast Guard. This is the Standard, and Coach Pamela Perkins and the TU volleyball team have been really busy since we last visited them. Busy racking up W's, that is. On Wednesday, they look to keep their home record perfect this season as they welcome Spring Hill to the Chappie James Center.
Pallavino to serve again. TU sets it right side. Now back to the middle on a push. Good save by the Spring Hill defense. Now TU's got a lunge for it. Good job there of saving it and keeping it airborne. Now diving forward on the Spring Hill side. They'll try to keep it alive, but cannot. And the point over to Tuskegee. TU by 2. Spring Hill on the serve. At the net, TU tried to dump it. Spring Hill ready that time. They'll reset here for a pushover. TU, their side. Double fake and the kill shot down the line. Perfectly done by Najwa Williams. Tuskegee with the loss now falls to 10-9 overall, and they go to 4-8 in conference play. For the Lady Badgers of Spring Hill, they continue their undefeated conference play. They go to 12-0 in conference play, and they up their overall
team again this coming Tuesday, 6 p.m. Central on GTSN as they host Oakwood. After that, our alumni and family in Tennessee, please go and support the TU volleyball team as they will be in action. Memphis, Tennessee is the location. Setting the Standard Friday and Saturday is part of the SIAC cluster, where they'll face the likes of Lane, Central State, Lemoyne-Owen, and Kentucky State. Now, who's ready for some basketball?
I know I could probably win a pageant, baby. They say I'm attractive, I be feeling like a magnet, baby. I'm just young and ratchet, baby. Love it when you snack it, baby. If it ain't about money, cut it short, 20 bracket, baby. Can't do it like me. Can't do it like me. Woke up and I'm still in the lead. I know these is mad. It's time, it's a bag. I'm underdogs.
This Thursday at the Chappie James Center should be packed with students, student athletes, faculty, and staff for Tuskegee Madness. It's our first look at the 25-26 women's basketball team. Coach Wester's squad last season had 20 wins, was 14-5 in the conference, 10-3 at home, and just waxing teams. Coach Taylor's men's basketball team is also primed and ready to go and looking to make a deep run this season. Last year we were 11-9 in conference, won 8 games at the Chappie James Center, and like the women's team, the men's team also appeared in the SIAC Tournament Championship game, only to lose in the final seconds.
Hey, Coach, where you going?
October 23rd, Tuskegee Madness, Chappie James Arena at 6 p.m. Men's and women's basketball team, 25-26 men's and women's Tuskegee basketball teams. Man, we're going to be in full force. There'll be introductions of the players. We got the cheerleaders are performing. Golden Essence is performing. We have a DJ. We got prizes. We got a lot of stuff going on. We look forward to this event. We're going to need you guys this year. We're going to need the campus. We're going to need the community to come out and support. Tuskegee Madness, 6 p.m., October 23rd. All right? 6 p.m., October 23rd. Coach, I'm going to get my seat, Coach. You slowing me down, Coach. I got to get my seat, Coach. I got to get. It's going to be packed. It's going to be jam-packed in here, man.
We thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing and bringing you all the hoop action this season on GTSN. Now that we've shared the standard, let's get you set for this afternoon's football contest, the homecoming here at Albany. As we head to break, let's meet another member of our football coaching staff. And when we return, it's the tale of the tape between Tuskegee and Albany State. Don't go anywhere.
My father and my mother met somewhere in D.C., and he moved us to Syracuse, New York, where the rest of my siblings were born. So I grew up in Syracuse, New York, on the south side, and started falling in love with football. He used to wake me up in the middle of the night before Monday night halftime football came on with Howard Cosell, and ever since then I fell in love with football, and I've been destined to be a coach. I used to cut the back of a sneaker box and draw little squares and write plays in it and teach the guys in the neighborhood how to run plays. So I've been coaching all my life. Coming from Syracuse, New York, we didn't have an all-black high school, and giving me the opportunity to be a coach and going to the different games and going to the different types of events they would have at HBCUs is just real exciting, and I wanted to be involved with that, so that's why I continued to coach in HBCUs. I actually coached at some other colleges, but I really like HBCUs helping my people out and enjoying the HBCU life and giving back to young men of color. I actually feel that they have this great tradition here, and I just want to add to it. I want to help bring a championship back. We're missing that in the repertoire right now.
2A. Class of 1991, class of 92, Tuskegee Love from 1986. 1986.
Shout out class of 2023, NCP, Drama Ages E5. That Alphas we love, that Alpha KK shot too, bro. We love everybody.
Scott Hayes represent class of 1999, social work department. We here rain and shine, baby. Sunny or gray, we gonna ball a parlay.
Representing for the class of 2022. 28. Shout out to class of 1984, Tuskegee Institute. Yay!
Shout out to the class of 2015, Tuskegee University. Woohoo!
Tuskegee grandparent, Daniel DJ Williams.
Tara Bailey, class of 1991. TU, you know.
Hey, Tuskegee! Class of 94.
Lampley family tradition.
Hello, Tuskegee alumni. Specifically class of 11, representing one time for the one time.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
And welcome back. You know, this is the 55th meeting between Albany State and Tuskegee University. This event has been called a variety of things over the years on a neutral site, but it's Homecoming 2025. So let's take a look at the tale of the tape. Tuskegee has to get off to a fast start. They're coming in on a 4-game losing streak. while Albany State, winners of 3 consecutive 4-0 in conference play, preseason picked to finish first, have been dominant with their 5-1 overall mark. Scoring-wise, well, it doesn't get any better than Albany State. They're number 1 in the conference, while their defense is number 2 overall. Tuskegee, about the middle of the pack, has to get it going offensively early and keep it consistent for 60 minutes of football. As a homecoming opponent, Tuskegee didn't fare well the last time out up at Alabama A&M. Head-to-head is where the Golden Tigers have had the advantage. They've dominated the series, but the Golden Rams have handled their business most recently inside their own Coliseum.
Rams, after the timeout, ready to go. DeBerry resets. 2 backs this time for the quarterback. He's going to run the option, pitch it to Scott. 5, he's going to walk in. Touchdown. Second one today. Tracy Scott makes it 13-0 Rams. Double receivers to the right, 1-man split to the left here. The quarterback lines up again in the pistol. Deontay Banu, play action, wants to throw it, fires it. Touchdown. Yes. Javon Wooten with the TD for the Rams. 8 yards, and Albany State increases the lead. 20-0. That was a bullet. 18 seconds left, and Bonu would take a knee. And that's going to be the last play of the game. Your final score is going to be the Albany State 21, Tuskegee 0.
SIAC Offensive Player of the Week is Miles quarterback Brindley Vanderveer. His 19 of 27 passing for 257 yards and 2 touchdowns helped the Golden Bears get their first win of the season over Lane. For the first time this year, we have co-defensive players of the week, with a Savannah linebacker and a Benedict defensive lineman getting some love. The special teams performer of the week is a guy we're all too familiar with in the Tigers' Jackson Williams. He had an 88-yard house call on the opening kickoff to keep Benedict undefeated. And our newcomer of the week is Morehouse linebacker Zach Underwood. His strip sack and constant pressure helped the Maroon Tigers to their first back-to-back win since 2021. From the players around the conference to our alumni chapters around the world, GTSN is getting ready to crown a champion. We're only 2 Saturdays away from hosting the winning alumni chapter in our Watch and Win contest with tailgate party that will be one that they'll remember for the ages. Our homecoming is just around the corner, and all the chapter presidents and members, we thank you so much for participating thus far. And while their cities are vast, this one hasn't been decided yet. That's right, the current leaderboard has Montgomery continuing to lead New York atop the leaderboard, but this thing is far from over. Your trivia answers, your watch party photos, score predictions, points were all doubled from our last game against Morehouse, and they'll continue to be the case through next week's game. So literally, it's anyone's championship to win. We appreciate the fundraising each of our alumni chapter does annually for Mother Tuskegee. So on behalf of the entire GTSN crew, thank you for tuning in to TU football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, and softball games. You do that throughout the season right here on GTSN, and this helps our student athletes with their morale. And also, we appreciate your support of our sponsors as well. Remember, if you are an alum who owns a business, you can partner with us right here on GTSN, and we'll get a shout out to you. Also, commercials during our shows, during the live stream, and get stadium announcements as well, just by emailing us. You see the email on the screen. It's goldentigersportsnetwork@gmail.com. Keep repping your chapter, and may the best one win our inaugural chapter challenge. And still to come, we'll go inside the vault for more on this historic matchup. It's homecoming here in Albany, and the rivalry continues.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
It's time to go inside the vault. But before we do so, we have to say thanks to former TU Sports Information Director Arnold Houston for his outstanding support and the current SID, Jordan Benson, for their game notes, both past and present. Get that combination out. It's time for us to go inside the vault. The 2014 SIAC Championship game was one of the all-time great games in league history. The Golden Rams struck first, wasting no time on the opening kickoff. Adrian Alexander put on his track shoes, and he gallops 98 yards to fire up the ASU faithful at the Cramton Bowl in Montgomery. Tuskegee would answer on their first touch with an 80-yard drive in 4 minutes, capped off by an 18-yard run by Hodrick Lowe. Lowe was just getting started. On the Golden Tigers' next touch, Lowe takes the football and rumbles 56 yards to pay dirt. And it was 21-7 TU. The Golden Rams scored 20 straight points to lead it 27-21. Down 3, late in the third, Marquell Gardner in the flat works his way down the sidelines. He bobbles it, gathers. He gets behind the ASU D, and he's gone. This 84-yard strike gave the Golden Tigers the advantage 31-24. TU up by 4 when Frank Rivers finds Quadri Simmons on the quick slant. 10 yards out, Albany State back in front, just seconds away from a title. Tuskegee went on an efficient 11-play, 64-yard drive in just 64 seconds, capped off by a 3-yard touchdown run by Michael J. Thor, who pulled out the Udu Hammer. Tuskegee special teams added a safety, and the Golden Tigers won the 2014 SIAC Championship 47-41. This rivalry was once called the Whitewater Classic when it was played on a neutral field. Hopefully these groups of Golden Tigers can handle the rough waves of homecoming better than the Golden Rams. Time now for my final thoughts. Tuskegee coach Aaron James loves his alma mater. It's because he had a great performance time and time again as TU quarterback on the playing field. And he knows what it will take for our young quarterback Bryson McGrew to get his first true road victory. The Rams were preseason picked to finish first in the SIAC. They're currently tied with Benedict as the lone undefeated teams in the league. Tuskegee is 1-3 despite being selected to finish third. And I know you've heard the term, you can throw out the records when these two teams get together. So please do that. And know that if I were in the locker room with you right now, I would say to our players, don't look at the records. Look at the guy across from you. Trust your teammates. Trust the game plan. Trust your coaches. And let's just fly around the field this afternoon and play hard for 4 quarters and be that homecoming opponent that spoils Albany State's day. So after a week off, who's ready for some football? I know Charles Ward and Mark Lassiter are, and they'll have the call and bring it all to you in just a few moments. I'll rejoin you at the half with scores and SIAC stats, as well as the performances to remember from the Crimson Piper Marching Band. Thank you for tuning in to TU Game Day Live, presented by the U.S. Coast Guard. Go Tuskegee!
with over a nation-leading 714 wins, 12 HBCU national championships, and 28 SIAC titles. The Golden Tigers are set to add another trophy to the crowded Tuskegee mantle with a championship run this season. As they do so, the Golden Tiger Sports Network is ready to bring you all the action from the gridiron, from every play to every touchdown. GTSN will be there with all of the excitement of Tuskegee football, and our coverage begins right now. Let's go inside the stadium. Here with the call, GTSN's Charles Ward and Mark Lassiter. Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following: the U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
And welcome everybody to Countdown to Kickoff. We're live from the ASU Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University, and it's homecoming day. Golden Rams of Albany State, and they're hosting our Golden Tigers of Tuskegee University. Charles Ward alongside Mark Lassiter with the call. Sunglasses, very warm day here in Albany, Mark. Good day for football. Tuskegee, chip on his shoulder, coming in here as the homecoming guest for the Golden Rams.
You know, it is a toasty day, Charles, when the marching band for Albany State comes in, and as soon as they get to the stands, they strip off those jackets right down to their T-shirts.
Sure, I'm sitting over here looking at it. I saw them come in. Now they look like a different bunch altogether.
It looks like a different band, but it's going to be about an 82-degree day today, this afternoon. Tuskegee comes in looking to not be homecoming fodder for Albany.
Golden Rams coming into this ball game. They are 5-1 overall and perfect 4-0 in the SIAC. They and Benedict right there at the top of the heap. Tuskegee, as you referenced, coming into this ball game in desperate need of a win.
Well, you know what's interesting about homecoming, Charles? There are two sides to the coin. Albany State has its sights on winning a conference championship. They know they want to handle their business this afternoon. On the other hand, Tuskegee wants to use that as motivation as their homecoming guest. They want to think that they don't want to be overlooked. Let's see if we can make a statement. Now, the key to Tuskegee is very simple. Can they get off to an early start?
Good question. If they do, it will at least be what we saw in last weekend's ball game with the freshman quarterback that got a good start in that ball game, just not able to sustain it in that second half. They will be going up against these Golden Rams of Albany State, a tough defense in Albany State.
You know, I don't really want to look at the stat sheet right now. We'll get into it as the game evolves.
Yeah, take it easy.
But we're going to ease you into this week because this is a very potent Albany State offense. Its defense speaks for itself. The good news, bad news scenario for Albany State, they got some production out of their backup quarterback, but they get the return of the preseason all-SIAC quarterback Isaiah Knowles this afternoon. So that is a different look. Tuskegee may not have been prepared for Knowles to show up. We'll see how they combat this number one player.
Yeah, I got a late call on that with regard to Knowles and being in that lineup. Understand that he will be dressing this afternoon, but likely won't play because he's not at 100% yet. So they're trying to hold him out to that Benedict matchup.
Now, it's an interesting thing. I'm glad you mentioned that because he did warm up on the field during pregame, and I was watching to see how he was moving around. He seemed to be moving pretty freely, and we'll see, homecoming, given the opponent, wouldn't be surprised to see Albany State rest him another week.
Indeed. We're talking to Fred Shuttles, the play-by-play guy for Albany State's radio coverage, and that's what he was saying is that he did warm up, but he had those bruised ribs. That's what he's trying to get repaired, and just not there yet, and they really don't want to take a chance with him banging it up here against Tuskegee in this ball game this afternoon. Now, you referenced the Golden Rams and what they're playing for as a part of the season for Tuskegee at 2-4 and 1-3 in the SIAC. They're just looking to finish this season strong and make a statement about the end of the season.
You know, it's interesting. Before the game, I like to go down field level, see if I can get a read on the team's body language, how they come out of the locker room just for warm-ups. Tuskegee came out, went through the maybe difficult to see how they're ready to start this game. We'll get a quick idea on the first possession where Tuskegee is mentally.
Well, halfway through our countdown to kickoff show, we'll take a break here and come back with more ways to get you set for homecoming 2025 for the Golden Rams and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee visiting this afternoon. More on GTSN at this time out.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Hi, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Aaron James, head coach at Tuskegee University, and you're watching the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
We're back live on the countdown to kickoff from the Coliseum at Albany State University. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, and last as we talk about this ball game for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Bryson McGrew got his first start last weekend, and you heard Charles McNeil talking about it in our pregame show. Bryson kind of himself last weekend and thought that gave him some passing grade, obviously, but some things he could have done better in the test.
I think for being pressed into action at the last moment against Morehouse, he did an admirable job running the Tuskegee offense. No turnovers, which is the key. Now, here's the problem for Tuskegee. They're going up against the #1 run defense in the conference. Tuskegee's run game is number 11 by contrast. Tuskegee averages 76 yards per game, and that 11th bothers me from the standpoint of the state may want to put up on Tuskegee if they can shut down that run game. Now, here's the flip side. If I'm Tuskegee, I'm thinking pass, run second.
Because as you talk about that Golden Rams defense, they're number 1 in the run, but they are number 10 in the SIA in pass defense. To your point, we'll see if Tuskegee can give the freshmen enough time to get the ball in air to see if they can contend with that. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee coming out here this afternoon at homecoming at this point in the season, right at halfway point. And Tuskegee this afternoon featuring a lot of freshmen in the lineup.
A lot of freshmen, and it'll be interesting. Frame of mind is going to be key. We talked about early in the season how freshmen have dominated the offensive line for Tuskegee. They've gotten some experience. It'll be interesting to see how they perform. We'll keep an eye on that right side this afternoon.
Yeah, your buddy, LeBaron Meriwether, at center, notably out of that lineup up front, provided a lot of leadership for that crew. Right at this point in the season, we'll see what his absence means here this afternoon.
Meriwether is the anchor. Let's just go ahead and be frank about it. Missing him going to be a huge loss for Tuskegee. Flip back to last season, Charles. The moment that Meriwether was inserted into the starting lineup, the entire personality of that offensive line changed. We'll see if they can compensate this afternoon.
One of the issues for the Golden Tigers at Tuskegee has been the run game over the last few weeks, but seemingly got it in gear against Morehouse last time they were on the football field, but not as many runners in that attack against Morehouse.
Well, there are two bright moments for Tuskegee. Notice Johnny Morris, he's averaging 4 yards a carry, and Shaquille averaging 3.6 yards a carry. So they've had some success for Tuskegee, as we've seen all season. It's been, once they get inside the red zone, it's can they complete those scoring drives. They did a decent job of moving the ball in the middle of the field. The challenge today is can they finish?
Yeah. And of note, as we're talking about the running backs, Morris played last weekend, Zena but didn't play last weekend. Ronaldo Spivey out last weekend. Desmond Everett last weekend. Only Chase Sellers and, as you referenced, Rouser carrying that football for Tuskegee in that loss to the Maroon Tigers of Morehouse College. So we'll see what the impact is of some of these players still being out, and Coach Aaron James and Harry Williams with that offense having to make some adjustments for not having that full complement as they normally do. Teams are out in midfield here at the Coliseum. Bardo turf, blue color in the end zone in that gold for the Golden Rams. So we've seen the red Clark Atlanta, and now we're in on that with the blue down here at Albany State.
You know, the blue just feels a little bit cooler.
Yeah.
The gold accents on an 80-degree day. I would hate to be on a red-colored AstroTurf field, but you're expecting a capacity crowd at the Coliseum this afternoon. Both bands are here. The overflow of the crowd will be seated in the end zones, which are actually reminiscent of Tuskegee with the landscape hillside.
Yeah, facilities very similar in nature. Players at midfield, the toss is conducted. Tuskegee want they deferred, so they'll go on defense first. Golden Tigers on the road this afternoon. White trunks, white jerseys, numbers in crimson. Helmets crimson as well with the gold tiger on the helmet. For the Golden Rams of Albany State, gold trunks for them, blue jerseys, numerals in white outlined in gold and in the gold helmets. At 2-4 on the season, Rams of Albany State going overall and undefeated in conference play. I don't know.
So the theme for Albany State's homecoming is reigniting the flame. So we'll see if Tuskegee's defense do something to put that flame out on this first possession.
We'll have to see. That defense will be out there for Coach Aaron James and the Golden Tigers. Golden Rams coached by Quinn Gray. Gray's in his third season. Gray really putting his stamp on this Albany State group. Undefeated and can play up to this Tuskegee, trying to play spoiler here at homecoming for the Golden Rams of Albany State. Glad you join us for our coverage here on GTSN. And he's going to be going left on your listening device. And Golden Rams will send Cameron Watts back deep. He is a threat for them on return. Averaging about 16 yards of return on the kick for the Golden Rams. It'll be Lorcan Ryans to get us going. Schultz set to go and approaches. And we're underway at homecoming here at Albany State. Deep kick by Ryan. That'll go into the back of the end zone. So the Golden Rams offensively come out to their 25. Golden Rams, it'll be Jaden Kinney, the redshirt freshman, with the start for the Rams. We believe, we'll wait and see if they make it out to the football field. Told that Noel get the start this afternoon. Up front for the Golden Rams of Albany State, it'll be Noah Stovall, Leon Wesley, Otrice Brown, Zamir Pislier, O'Shea Stroman, and Javier Herndon, the tight end. That's the work up front for them. Williams, Dorsey, and Jackson out for the Golden Rams. And it will be Jaden Kinney, the freshman, starting for the Golden Rams. He'll start in shotgun. He'll take a low snap, going straight to the air. Once trying to get a man down the sideline. Got some space there. Michael King with the interception for two. You talk about putting out a fire. Way to start here inside the Coliseum.
Trying to hit Stewart on the fly pattern, just underthrown. King makes a break on the ball, makes the interception, and Tuskegee does exactly what they need to pick up an early turnover.
King with his second pick of the season. Read that one well, turned back at the nick of time, able to track that football, and the offense comes out after the first turnover of the football game.
Will be interesting to see the sequence of play calls he has designed. They're going to set up shop right at about the 36. Very good position.
Zena Mulba out on the football field. It's a good sign that he's in the lineup early here as Bryson McGrew lines up in the shotgun. Football at the 36-yard line. On the ground, Mulba, left side. Zena turns it to the inside. Got it past the 40, up to the 41-yard line.
Albany State got a little greedy on that first series, trying to make an early homecoming impression. Credit to the Tuskegee defense for making a play.
Michael King registering that interception for TU. Second down now after a 3-yard pickup left side by Zena Mulba. McGrew, the freshman, Montgomery, last week, 17 of 24. And as you referenced last, no interceptions for him. They go right side this time. Zena looking for some space at the corner. They cut that off. Good job, Golden. Return Zena back to the end. And Zena got it back to the line of scrimmage, but not much more.
Robert Flew, cornerback for Albany State, in excellent tackling position, broke down, made the stop for a loss.
So that'll make it third down now for TU. Football still at the 46-yard line. Got to get it right near the 48 for the first. Movement up front. This is going to be an illegal procedure against the Golden Tigers up front.
They're going to catch Preston Parker, the wide receiver, who was going in motion too early. He's lined up on the right side now. One thing we've talked about from time to time, Tuskegee cannot beat itself with pre-snap penalties.
Sixth in the conference in penalties coming into the ball game, and we've seen it as you referenced over the last few ball games. Nice drive started, and a penalty comes in and shuts things down. That'll push them back. It'll be third down and 11 now for Bruce McGrew and this offense for Tuskegee. Just underway, first quarter of action here from the Coliseum at Albany State. No score. Golden Tigers took it on an inner by Michael King. Snap to McGrew in the pocket. They'll chase him left side. McGrew trying to break the contain. It's got some space at the corner. McGrew boots at the 52, close to the 48-yard line. We'll see where they put him out. See if he got to the stick or not. That's going to be mighty close. It's on the far side in terms of where the markers are.
It appears they're looking at it. They're going to give it to him. At first glance, it looked like the mark was a little bit short on the spot.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. From looking at it from our vantage point, it looked like it may have been about a football length short of it. Mild wind blowing here in Albany, about 6 miles per hour. Fresh set of downs here for the Golden Tigers at the 48-yard line, their own 48.
Tuskegee hasn't gone up-tempo yet with this offense. They're at the line of scrimmage calling plays from the sideline.
McGrew in shotgun, joined by Mulba. Slots either side. 4 up front for Albany State. McGrew in the pocket, rolls right side. Still rolling, looking for somebody to break free. Now he has to eat the football. Bryson there, perhaps better served if he goes ahead and tucks that away and run it, but he was waiting for a receiver to break free downfield, and it never happened.
He had Rashad Wilson breaking open at about the 20-yard line. He's being covered by Jacoby Heggs of Albany State. Heggs had decent coverage, but there was some space. He had about a step on him.
So that'll make it second down for Tuskegee after the incomplete pass. 11:49 left, first quarter of action. Homecoming for the Golden Rams. McGrew in the pocket. Here it collapses on him. He'll slide left side, but gets tripped up as he tries to break free from that coverage on the inside from Albany State.
Isaiah Morrison is turning out to be a problem, bringing pressure from the left side for Albany State. In consecutive, he's gotten in on McGrew. McGrew escaped the first time, didn't escape this time.
Morrison, 22nd in the conference in tackles on the season for Albany State. Thought he would be a problem coming into it and already rearing his head. Third down now for the Golden Tigers. 3rd and 16. Football pushed back to their own 30 now.
Morrison, 6'1", 285, shows a nice sprint out of his stance.
McGrew goes shotgun, looking for a little bit of time to be able to toss that football downfield. They'll go on the ground instead. Up the middle, Mulba with it. One hand he goes past the 45, lean to about the 46. But he'll be short of the marker there for Tuskegee.
Mulba was tripped up by Robert Floyd. That's the second time Floyd, who's a very aggressive defensive back, has made a play in the backfield.
So Tuskegee takes it over on the interception by Michael King, but unable to advance it past midfield. So now they will have to punt it away. Callum Brent set to do that. Callum second in the conference in punting, averaging 40 yards per punt for Tuskegee. It'll be Watts standing deep for Albany State. Nice kick there by Brent. Watts going to let it bounce at the 15 inside the 10. Tuskegee down there right on it. They'll let it roll down near the 1 yard line, and they're gathered white jerseys all around it. They'll down it right there at the 1. Outstanding punt by Callum Brent.
Especially under the pressure of linebacker Chris Cramton, who was coming around on the right end, got in, didn't get a hand on the ball, but that's an excellent punt with the roll. Tuskegee's defense now will have a chance to see if they can hold Albany State, starting off with the ball inside their 1 yard line.
They'll have it when we get back. 9:54 left, first quarter of play. No more between the Golden Rams of Albany State and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Timeout on the field. We'll take one as well here on GTSN.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
Hello, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Dr. Mark Brown, President and CEO of Tuskegee University. This is our First Lady, Miss Gwendolyn Jackson Brown. We are so excited about the Golden Tiger Sports Network and this year's season. TU, you know.
Back live at the Coliseum here at Albany State. Rams pressed down at their 1 yard line after an outstanding punt by Callum Brent for the Golden Tigers. Tuskegee already with one turnover on the defensive side. Michael King with an interception. See if they can't pin these Golden Rams in the end zone, get a safety here.
Tuskegee lining up 5 players close to the line of scrimmage. One from an upright position, 3 linebackers very tight. They're about 3 yards off the line of scrimmage.
Set it with 3 linebackers looking at Kenny, who's in the end zone in the shotgun. He'll take the snap, rolls to his right, fires toward the sideline, got a man. Excellent coverage there by Tuskegee. They get off that 1 yard line with a pass at the corner. They'll get a little bit of breathing room, but TU had that pass covered well at the sideline.
Charles, Albany State's offensive line features 3 sophomores, a freshman, and a senior. That senior, very notable, Noah mentioned, the all-SIAC tackle.
Pickup of 9 on the reception at corner by the Golden Rams. They'll keep it on the ground this time, working his way on the inside as White's the sophomore from Jacksonville. And White got it past the 10 near the 11 yard line. That's enough for the Golden Ram first down.
We've seen the person that this Albany State franchise through the years.
Nice work.
They had an effective running game. Nothing fancy, but they managed to have backs that are very athletic and not afraid to go inside the tackles.
They got 2 good ones now with Tiant White and Ajanad Thomas, both of those players for the Golden Rams, putting up some good numbers for them. Thomas with 105 yards rushing last weekend, White with 102. They pick up a first here with 8:44 left in this first quarter. Second drive of the football game for Albany State. They'll go on the ground, right side, looking for some space. Second wave of the defense. And got it up near the 20 as White's on the carry.
Tuskegee actually had very good penetration just weren't able to get into the backfield. Albany State made something where there really wasn't a lot of space. Up 7 yards on that first run.
Yeah, that was spaced well by Tuskegee. Just didn't have at 7 as you were there. Last 3 to go for the Golden Ram. Left first quarter. No score. Horns you hear blaring. It is the Cramton Piper marching band on the far side of the field. Second down play for Albany State from their own 20. On the ground, Kenny will get room side once, but he falls forward. Kenny's got enough for a Golden Ram first down.
Now Kenny's facing Bulls, one of the backs for Albany State. They have 3. That's right. They have 3 running backs in the top 10 rushers. The running book, there was a 9-run quarterback.
Reference for the conference 10th in the nation. This time Kenny on the middle. Kenny got one Golden Tiger to beat. Kenny wrapping up that football, expecting contact. Knocked down near the 25-yard line after a keeper up the middle.
He did such an excellent job on the ball fake that there was a hesitation by the Tuskegee defense as they were swarming to the right. Kenny saw the pattern, went against the grain, picks up a huge gain on that first down.
Yeah, look at the Golden Rams are going quickly on this last after they got the big run from Kenny. They go right back to work on the inside. This is White with the football. He'll work at left side. Tuskegee closing that gap up. White may have gotten the yard. Not much more there. TU knocking that down well on the inside. As Elon Irving, the senior from Atlanta, finally backing that lineup defensively and on that stop for TU.
I like that catch by you because once Tuskegee gave up the big play, Albany State went into attack mode.
Right away. So that'll bring up second down now for the Golden Rams. With 6:30 left, first quarter of play, no score. Rams threatening though. Kenny, short drop, looks to his left, pumps once, pumps twice toward the sideline in coverage, and almost threw his second pick of the football game. Defensive coverage out there. Dwyer, the soft. Michael, the closest player to that football.
Messiah Wells was trying to bring pressure from the outside, but he ran to a brick wall by O'Shea Stroman, could not get free, and you could just see him stood up at about the 30-yard line. Tuskegee's defensive line has got to contend with a very tough ball for Albany State.
Third down coming here. Big third down for this Golden Tiger defense. Gave up the long run by Kenny. Trying to see if they can't keep him out of the end zone. They'll be more than happy to settle for a field goal attempt by the Golden Rams. 3rd and 8. Kenny, ball fake. They go left side. Got some spaces. White's at the corner. White's bumped near the 18-yard line. A foot short of that. As they just went left side.
First player in the backfield for Tuskegee was Javion Miller. Made a diving attempt, whiffed on the tackle, added on about 5 yards after that miss.
So it's 4th down and less than a yard here for the Golden Rams. You know this is a goal call for them here with 6:13 left in this first quarter. Lines up in shotgun, trying to see if they can get Tuskegee to jump as they keep looking back toward the sideline. Play clock at 8. That's continuing to run. On a 4th down attempt here, they're going to go with 3 left on the ground. White's wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Looks like he's going to have enough for the first down. Good surge by Tuskegee out front. But White with that second effort, Sean Smith's tackle on him, able to spin forward and get enough for the first down.
Great call on that. Sean Smith had contact, but as the runner was spinning away, was able to pick up the first down with his forward lean. Now Albany State knocking at the door.
5:34 left in this first quarter. Fresh set of downs for them outside of the 15-yard line. White's looking for space short side of the field. Dances toward the sideline and finally wrestles out of bounds. Beg your pardon, that's Roderick McCrary on the call there.
Here's what's interesting. Tuskegee's managing to get penetration with their quickness, but able to wrap up on those. That time they had 3 players in the backfield, led by Javion Miller, who really had a shaking at a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, you're making a good call on that because that's what's happening. We're getting the surge, just not able to wrap up fully. McCrary on that carry for the Golden Rams. Shirt freshman from Fairhaven, Georgia, transferred in Albany State from Grambling State University.
The problem with trying to defend the right side of the defense, you've got to contend with big number 58, Noah Stone.
Second down effort here. They go on the ground again. McCrary angles back to his left, close to the 10-yard line, down at the 11. So that'll bring up a third down here for Albany State.
Albany State likes to run tempo, but in a similar fashion as Tuskegee. They'll get all their players lined up for the line of scrimmage. Will turn to the sideline for the play call. And so they're getting the signals, hand signal right now. Sideline.
One of their threats in the wideout reports back. They'll start with trips to the right. As K lines up in shotgun. 6 here. Golden Tigers showing they're coming at the corners with the linebackers. Now Irving backs up. And it looks like the timeout's going to be taken by the Golden Rams. They're trying to see if they couldn't get Tuskegee to jump. And TU did not. So with 3:54 left in this first quarter, Albany threatening. Let's go ahead and give you our Alumni Challenge trivia question. Today's ball game. And out of the class, student Margaret later in this. Is this, and what year did Tuskegee go undefeated and win the Pioneer Bowl to secure a Sheridan Broadcasting Network Black College National Championship? A lot of for the Golden Tigers, but in what year did they go undefeated and become the Black College National Champions?
Now, I'd like to file an official protest to this question because if my memory serves me correctly, you actually worked that game.
Oh,
think about it. The Pioneer Bowl that Tuskegee participated in, you, my friend, were a broadcast.
Oh, boy, you're taking me way back.
Not that I have the answer, but I have a sense it may be in the ballpark.
Okay, we'll check it out. Breaking the action here with our trivia question. The answer to come later on. You can go to Golden Tiger Sports Network at gmail.com. Alumni Chapter Challenge. In this challenge to make your answers fully registered to know. They got the questions early in the week. Repeating it here during our broadcast. Master on with the answer later on in this first half of football. 3:54 right now. Last is Golden Tiger defense saved the long run by Kenny at quarterback. They have been out there on this football field for quite a while on this drive.
And on an 82-degree day where there's not much breeze, we are seated in a natural amphitheater. So the players are going to be a little bit warmer than where we are up top, where we catch a little bit of a breeze every now and then. So let's just go ahead and add another 5 degrees to being in that amphitheater and being on the astroturf.
I've got more than 5 for you. Gray, Langford, Sapp, McGowan, Gray, and Nathanson. That's about 7 of them, I believe. That's attorneys at law. Located in downtown in the square in historic Tuskegee University, whether it's personal injury, wrongful death, civil rights, real estate, or a probate situation. Just like the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee University, we are your hometown legal team. Give us a call at 334-727-4830. So after the timeout, the Golden Rams trying to get TU to jump. They burn the time here. They'll be facing a 3rd down and 6. When they make it back out onto the football field with 3:54 remaining in this first quarter of play. Charles Ward, Mark Lasker here in Albany, Georgia. It's homecoming for the Golden Rams. And trying to play more day in South Georgia.
With Albany State heavy offense, it was a very brisk first quarter so far.
White's back in there at running back. He'll line up to the left of Kenny. They are down at the 11-yard line of Tuskegee. Now he'll switch over to the right pocket of Kenny as they get set for this 3rd down play. 3 receivers to the right of Kenny. They go right to left in this first quarter. Start at this drive, own 1-yard line. They bring a man in motion. They'll fake it that way. Pitch to White. White turns the corner. They're banged up there at the corner. Good stop defensively by K'Ron Nord, the freshman from Albany, Georgia.
I like what Tuskegee doing on defense, Charles. That time they had 3 down linemen. They're really allowing their linebackers in the up defensive end on the left side to be more of a read and react defense. They're trying to respond to the potential ball fakes of Kenny and hopefully use their quickness to get to the point of attack.
Oh, boy. Had a call down there. Those hands to the face, but the official couldn't really decide which way who it was going against. He just pointed one way, pointed the other.
He's correcting himself now.
Oh, boy. You talk about homecoming drama. 10,000 this capacity for the Coliseum here at Albany State. After the call, everybody was groaning inside. And then after the official got it correct, whole place burst into cheers. 3:39 remains, first quarter of play. So that will push the Golden Rams right down near the 6-yard line, and that will mean it's first and goal to go for Albany State. Kenny on the ground, gives it to White, sliding to his left. TU trying to stop him from getting in the end zone. The gang catches up with him, but White's got it down to about the 2-yard line on that carry right side.
What you notice about White right off the top, Charles, his footwork, once he got the handoff, made about 3 very subtle moves just with his quick feet to carve out space where there wasn't a lot there.
That'll make it second and goal. Now they're down at 2. Kenny, gun. White again, left side. This time he fights through traffic and gets to the end zone for the Golden Rams.
Previous play, he used the shiftness. This time he goes to the power move, straight ahead.
Right in. You're absolutely right. Howard is on the left side. And the Golden Rams strike first here coming. That football 99 yards for the score. Big run by Kenny at quarterback. Ate up a lot of that real estate. But an impressive drive by Albany State here at their homecoming.
In addition to that, we don't have the official time on it, but that was a very long drive at the same time. Defense got to be getting to the sideline, get some oxygen and some water.
Kyle Wright now on to try to point after. Wright boots it through for the Golden Rams of Albany State. So they strike first here, their homecoming, with 2:52 remaining in this first quarter of play. The Golden Rams of Albany State 7. Goes to Tuskegee. Nothing. Take a break here. More football ahead on GTSA.
I grew up coming out to this land. There's just something special about it. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's really important to me.
Hi Tuskegee fans, I am Larkin Ryans, the kicker for Tuskegee University, and this is the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Back live here at Albany State University is homecoming 2025 for Albany State. And to the cheers of the crowd, they score first after a 99-yard drive to get the first score of the ball game. Left side, Tiant White on the carry for them, about 2 yards out to get the game's first score. So Tuskegee obviously wants to answer that right away after they got the football on their first possession after Michael King got an interception. A couple of good runs in that first portion of that series, but stalled near the 45.
It will depend upon field position after this kickoff, whether Tuskegee decides to open up the offense on this next possession.
DJ Hall stands deep, and he's joined by Devin Cooper as we get set to kick after the touchdown. Television coverage here for the homecoming ball game, so it's just delayed just a bit for them as they get their commercial inventory in. Wright set to kick it for Albany State. Probably try to kick this away from Hall if they can, but they'll go his way instead. Little pooch kick, but that one's going to go out of bounds. That one kicking into the wind, and Wright still just kind of laid up on that one in terms of the kick. They'll take their chances of them starting from scrimmage versus a return possibility from Hall or Cooper.
So with the ball going out of bounds, Tuskegee gets the benefit starting this next drive at the 35-yard line.
That's the first time we've seen this in terms of the kick today from the Golden Rams after a score. I have to wait and see what I'm thinking comes to pass if they score again. Maybe some kind of strategy associated with why they're doing that. Definitely perhaps a statement about the confidence they have in their defense.
Or, it could have been just an old-fashioned shank. Sometimes the best laid plans of mice and men. He may have just missed that one.
Bumped it, right?
You don't want to give field position to Tuskegee like this on this drive where you basically dominated. Be interesting to see how Tuskegee plays this, starting from the 35.
2:52 remaining first quarter to play. Albany State with a 7-0 lead. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Macon County and surrounding areas since 1938 when it first opened at Tuskegee Institute. The credit union offers free checking accounts, saving accounts, home mortgages, home refinancing, automobile, signature, and payday alternatives, loans, and internet teleservice. Better than a bank, because when you open an account with us, you become a part owner. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, insured by the National Credit Union Administration, not for profit, not for charity, but for service. For more information, visit www.tuskegeefcu@gmx.com.
Think about Tuskegee's mentality coming in. We talked about struggles in the run game. You don't have to be committed to going deep to set up an effective pass game. Would ask me to see Tuskegee to go more West Coast, see if they can get the mid-range to short passing game going, get into a rhythm. They've had some success with that this year, especially on patterns over the middle of the field.
Absolutely right. We saw a lot of that in the first half of the Morehouse ball game, their last contest before the bye week. That worked well. They just away from it in the second half. After the timeout, teams make it back out from the 35. TU with the football, trailing 7-0.
As you mentioned, it's also gone up tempo, just as Albany State did on the previous drive. Get plays in quicker from the sideline and go on a short count.
Wind starting to gust here inside of Coliseum. As you referenced, Mark, this sits down in the bowl, so that wind pretty well inside. McGrew will line up in the shotgun. TU going left to right on your listening device. We're at less than 3 minutes remaining first quarter of action. TU trailing 7-0. McGrew, he'll take the snap. Ball fake, pressure at the corners. He steps up, pumps once, and the pressure just too much. It collapses on him, and they sack him.
Now here's the point. He had two receivers in deep pattern. No one out as the pocket was breaking down. McGrew had his eyes up, but there was no one as a safety valve for him to go.
You're absolutely right. It wasn't really an issue. If you do something short, he would have plenty of time to unload that football. But you referenced two receivers on a fly.
There was a gap, I would imagine, about 20 yards in the middle of the field from the line of scrimmage that Tuskegee had to play with.
And no receivers in that area. So that'll make it 2nd down and 10 after the incompletion. 3 receivers to the left of McGrew. He's alone in the backfield in the shotgun. He'll take a snap, rolls to his left, pumps once, going down in coverage. Garmin trying to turn back for the football. And Gabriel with a good over-the-shoulder catch. Midfield inside of Golden Ram territory.
2 words, body control. Once he tracked the ball in the air, managed to turn his body around, evade the defender, get his hands up, and makes a catch.
Garmin with a wonderful job, as you referenced, of adjusting the body. His 6th catch of the season. That'll give Tuskegee a first down at the 46-yard line of the Golden Rams.
You know, when you were in gym class, you used to hop on the trampoline and twist your body? That's what McGarman just did.
I never did that.
You didn't do trampoline in gym class? Come on.
On the ground, TU to Mulba. Zena banks right ahead down near the 42. We didn't know what a trampoline was in my neighborhood.
Wow. Okay.
That's some New York stuff you're talking about.
It must be Tuskegee at the line of scrimmage. I have more questions on that as a follow-up.
Okay. He got 2 on that play, so that'll make it 2nd and 8 for TU with 67 seconds left first quarter.
Did you have the springboard in your gym class?
You're going even further. A springboard?
A springboard.
Yeah. On the ground, Mulba left side. We got to get you with the right broadcast crew.
Tuskegee trying to probe the middle of the field. Albany State just loading up an extra defensive lineman, nothing doing, a loss of a yard.
That'll push him back to the 45 and bring up a 3rd down. Now TU almost forced to spin this field here to try to get to the 35 for the first. I don't think they're quite in 4-down territory here this early in the football game.
Preston Parker to the near side.
McGrew with the snap. Looks to his left, floats it toward the side in traffic, trying to get it to the tight end, but he's double covered, goes incomplete. Was trying to get it to Gregory King just in front of the Tuskegee sideline.
I don't know what kind of pattern he's running. He seemed to run a shallow fade, but as the ball was thrown, his body was in a very awkward position, wasn't able to get around and actually face his quarterback.
Good call on that. Like to see King probably a little bit space more on the inside, not so much about the sidelines, having to do finesse there. Just get him a big target on the inside. TU instead will have to punt the football away. They will rely on field position, but they did that last time, and Albany State took it 99 yards. Watts stands near the 10. Brent set the kick it for TU. Nice punt last time. They're coming at it, trying to angle it away from Watts. He'll run away from it. He'll bounce at the 10, headed toward the 6-yard line and out of bounds. Another great job of punting there by Callum Brent. And go to Rams pent inside the 10 on this drive.
Brent gets a couple of high fives as he goes to the sideline. As you mentioned, the second time with a punt that gets a favorable roll, pinning Albany State inside the 7.
Outstanding punt by him. Just looking at his technique in terms of how he drops that football. It's almost straight up and down when he makes contact with it on the kick.
You know what I find interesting, too? The special teams players hang together.
Sure.
Going through the lobby of the hotel. Punter, kicker,
sure.
place
holder. That's right.
They all run together. It's like they have their own
band
within the unit.
Yeah, we got to keep the band together. Fumble on the ground. Spinning back to the inside is McCrary. McCrary got it up near the 14-yard line, and Mark, looks like the Golden Rams have gone with a different quarterback, and now is Alan Bell, the freshman from Atlanta, calling the signals.
Give credit to Timothy Grayson on the tackle for Tuskegee. If he doesn't wrap up and make that tackle, there are another 15 yards to be had on that run.
End of the first quarter, Golden Rams win that quarter 7-0. Tuskegee looking for a better result in the second quarter. We'll take a break on the timeout and bring the action here from the Coliseum at Albany State University. This is the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game. Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
And welcome back to our coverage, everybody, live here from the Coliseum at Albany State University. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter with the call. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee on the road. Homecoming guest to the Golden Rams of Albany State. Albany State with a 7-0 lead as we head into the second quarter. And TU, as you reference, Mark, I'd like to see maybe a little bit more creativity in terms of the pass routes to get them really into a better position of making rather than having to do a lot of twists and turns on the sidelines. If they make some adjustments.
Interesting feature of this game, Charles, that Tuskegee has been scored on early. The question now is, can they maintain their composure, not go into panic mode too early? They played a decent first half. They gave up the big running play, but it's like a boxing match. You take a boxer's best shot and you get a little woozy and you're starting to see those stars in your head. Now you have to gather yourself and see if you can punch back.
Golden Rams, they punched back on that drive. The previous drive at 99 yards. It got a pretty favorable spot on this punt, though, Mark. They're marking the football at the 11. We both had it going out near the 6-yard line.
It is homecoming.
Yeah. Not everything that's on the grill that gets cooked, right? They all have it from the 11. And they had Bell in at quarterback. He's still in there now. He'll call the signals. He'll look to the sideline for the play. McCrary joins him in the backfield. TU defensively want to get off this field here. Try to hold them to a 3-and-out. Bell going to keep it himself. Right side. Ball's ahead for about 2 on that play. Good ball fake by him.
So you know the British have an expression that they use in boxing when you're in a difficult position or you're in trouble. They call it you're on Queer Street. And actually, Muhammad Ali used to use that expression as well.
Oh.
He talked about that time that he needed to clear his head before he could get back into a match. Tuskegee has to do the same thing now.
Nice call on that. See if they can clear things. 3rd down and 2 to go here. Beg your pardon. They did mark it at the 7. Just a couple of possessions got them out to the 11. On the ground now. They go. Looking for some room is McCrary. He's bottled up at the sideline. How about the gang tackle there by Tuskegee? 3 or 4 white jerseys in on that stop. No gain on the play.
Credit to Devon Irving on the pursuit from his linebacker position from the opposite side of the field.
Irving out of the lineup last couple of ball games. TU certainly glad to have him back out there on the football field. Transferred from Lane College and had 26 tackles coming into today's ball game, but a big presence. Glad to have him back out there. They stop him on 3rd. That'll bring up 4th for the Golden Rams, and they will punt it away.
You know you've done your job when you get a low 5 from the defensive coordinator.
Liam Dingle, the senior, to punt it for Albany State. He'll start in the end zone and kick it. He averages 36 yards per punt for Albany State, 7th in average in the SIAC. Hall stands deep before the kick. Got whistles here. Got a delay a game call here against Albany State, so that'll push him back 5. Better break there for Tuskegee. So EJ now stands at the 43 on the Albany State side of the 50.
A clean handle of this punt could lead to very good field position.
They're coming out of block there. Didn't get it. Good turnover there on a high punt. Hall on the signal. Bobbled it, and it's loose on the surface. You tucked that one up. And looks like Albany State's going to have it.
I didn't mean to, but the ball was floating. There are flags being thrown after the penalty as a couple of players for Albany State have lost their helmets. But the punt was drifting to the left, might have gotten caught in the updraft of the wind, misjudged by the return man by Tuskegee, fumbled. The officials are now at the 35-yard line sorting out the penalty.
Yeah, I believe you're right. It's going to be something after the fumble that took place. But I like your call on the kick. It was a kick that was high in the air, but it was floating or rotating forward. And then it got caught in the wind and just kind of started dying straight down. EJ was standing about 3 yards away from it when it started going down. So he had to adjust to run up, and that threw him off, and he lost the football. Officials confer. Oh, wow. Wow.
So getting to Marcus Grayson for Tuskegee after the play for bad behavior, which will turn what could have been a very favorable position for Tuskegee into a bit of a disaster, as Albany State will set up shop at the 48.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Take you to the neighborhood for just a second. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, they do. The fumble on the punt return. It's capped on by an infraction afterwards. Not only does Albany State have the football, they have it on the Tuskegee side of the 50 at the 48.
If you have thoughts or dreams of beating a team like Albany State, you cannot beat yourself, and you have to stay disciplined.
Absolutely. They'll keep it on the ground, Golden Rams will. Tied up there in the backfield. On the carry that time is Ajanon Thomas, the redshirt junior from Savannah.
I'm noticing plays also, Charles, after the whistle, getting a little bit chippy down on the field. That time, O'Shea Stroman for Albany State was tied up with one of Tuskegee's defenders after the play, so it's getting a little feisty on homecoming.
Nice call on that. They actually had it on the punt exchange as well. Yard gain on the pickup play by Thomas. Thomas with his first carry of the football game for Albany State. Snap the bell. He'll look. Now rolls to his left. He's a left-handed quarterback. Shoots it to the man behind the coverage, but overthrows it down near the 18-yard line. They had Bell on the move left side. He was trying to go downfield, not able to plant his feet.
Watching Zy Lynn Bell pregame. He's 6'5", 221. Really towers over his offensive line and some of his receivers. Very statuesque quarterback. Lanky, has a strong arm.
Yeah, kind of puts you in the mind of Raekwon Bill, quarterback for Tuskegee. He's out for the remainder of the season with an injury. So very lanky and long legs. He'll look to the sideline for a play. We're just underway here in second quarter action. Albany State with a 7-0 lead. They are on Tuskegee's side of the 50 now. Bell's got some time. Steps up, fires a dart upfield. Good coverage by TU, but a flag coming in at the back of that. They converged on that football. Nord was down there. Got some help defensively from King, but a flag coming in.
That last pass was about 30 yards in the air on a frozen rope. It did not have more than maybe 15 yards of elevation as it was downfield, tight spiral.
Yes, sir. He threw that one. Spiral there, but that's going to come back. Albany State walking toward their sideline.
You can see some of the Tuskegee defenders chirping back at Albany State. They're pointing fingers. They're not happy down on the field between plays.
Now the entire, looks like a timeout's taken on the field. Tuskegee's a little bit confused. They were headed toward the sideline. Now they come back. Albany State's offense makes it back out there.
This is a point game, Charles, where you may see the officials tighten up on some of these play calls to see if they can get some discipline back as players are starting to carry out action after the whistle.
That was a third down attempt there for the Golden Rams, so they will have to punt the football. Tuskegee electing to decline that penalty, and they'll take the football on a punt. Dingle set to kick it. Hall stands at the 12. Disaster last time, see if they can get a bear. They turn it over. Hall going to let it bounce. It'll hit inside the 15, rolling dead and near the 12, and that's where Tuskegee will take the football back with 12-19 remaining in this first half of play. So,
you know, homecoming is a funny time of year. There's a reason why coaches will take even the home team away from campus to see if they can keep them focused. I would imagine that the Albany State coaching staff is not happy with how this team is starting this ball game off.
Indeed. Sometimes that homecoming can be a big distraction for the players, no question.
It can be a bit of a hangover if your team might have gotten caught up in the Friday night activities.
On or off the campus. First half action, 12-19 before the break. It's a chance for us to remind you that we're in the final 2 weeks of our Alumni Chapter Challenge contest. You still got opportunity for folks to submit some photos from your watch or listening parties, and you can make predictions before kickoff. As we get a chance, perhaps maybe here, take a look at the leaderboard in our Alumni Challenge. This is the first time we've done this in terms of Golden Tiger Sports Network. Winner of our challenge will actually have that deluxe tailgate experience at Homecoming 2025 in just a couple of weeks. We will be announcing the winning chapter in the week of the ball game against Lane College. As you take a look at our leaderboard, Montgomery chapter right now out front. But that's why we're putting this up there, because you chapters, you should know that our point values are doubling here in this last 2 weeks of the competition. So if there's space on that board, you get double for everything that you do. You can get right back in the fray on this thing. The numbers may look a little out of whack in terms of your being able to catch up, but you can getting these double values over this week and next week. So stay engaged. And when we make that announcement, you could creep up right at that leaderboard. But right now, it's Montgomery, the chapter that's in lead. Special thanks to all of our participating chapters for our first year with this Alumni Chapter Challenge. Anticipate that growing even more as we get into our continuing coverage of Golden Tigers football. And we're headed in basketball season here just shortly with our coverage of Golden Tigers basketball. You heard Charles McNeil talking about that in the pregame show in terms of what's coming for Tuskegee basketball, starting next week with Tuskegee Madness. Kind of a rollout and preview of the teams. We get a chance to see them on campus, meet the teams, and some entertainment provided at Chappie James. And make sure that you're a part of that. Your support for Tuskegee athletics stem through football and into basketball. That's on the 23rd at Chappie James, starting at 6 o'clock, free admission, live music, and meet all the players, student athletes at Tuskegee. After the timeout, back to action here with 12:19 remaining first half play. Golden Tigers on the exchange with the punt. They'll start this drive from their own 12-yard line. McGrew brings the tight end back to the right side. That's Smith. He'll take the snap. Ball fake. Going to shoot it upfield. Got a man. That's Hall behind the coverage. EJ has to wait on it, but he'll catch up with it. Caught it at the 40. Runs it up near midfield.
Hall had to be thinking as that ball is drifting towards him. Please. He had space. He's about 5 yards beyond the defender who was on that side for Albany State. Jay-Sean Wanton turned around too shallow. Tuskegee makes a long completion for a first down.
Yeah, they'll get it up to the 45-yard line. The question now is sustain the drive. No penalties. Keep the ball moving. 1st and 10 after the catch by Hall. That's his first one of the ball game for Tuskegee. EJ coming into today's ball game, the leading receiver in the SIAC, 21 catches for 500 yards. McGrew, he'll take the snap with 5 seconds on the clock. Rolls, going to go to the other side of the field. This time a man behind the coverage, but this one overthrown downfield, trying to get it to Jermaine Hardy.
One thing we noticed about McGrew against Morehouse, he's very good at carrying out his ball fakes. That time, if he had decided to hold the ball himself, he had space on the near sideline had he decided to run it.
That pass goes incomplete, so they try the sidelines on both passes. One to Hall, which was good for a catch. This time down the left flank.
Sometimes when plays are unsuccessful, they could be a blessing in disguise. That may be one that Tuskegee files away. McGrew coming to the near side on the ball fake and see what he can do on his own run.
It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 45 after the incompletion. TU going right to left in this second quarter of action. Trailing 7-0. Quick pitch left side. Trying to get it to Mulba. Mulba turns it back to the defense. And he's hit there near the 45-yard line. I believe that's Rouser on the carry and not Zena. Yeah, it was Rouser to kill Rouser with his first carry ball game. May have gotten the yard, not much more.
Chase Johnson, the offensive lineman for Tuskegee, lost his helmet. As we've seen time to time this season, he has to go to the sideline. He'll be replaced by big number 69, Damian Clark, 6'3", 295.
So 3rd down now for TU. Big first down catch by Hall to get him near this part of the field, but so far haven't been able to move it. That first down pickup. Big third coming here for Tuskegee. Got to get it to the 45 of Albany State to keep the football. Low snap, McGrew handles. Pressure, steps up, fires across the middle, and no flag thrown in there on a crossing route. He was trying to get it into Wilson. Wilson had some space, but that one thrown a little bit too high.
Tuskegee sent Devon Cooper in motion and reversed him back to the side that he started the motion from. He's coming out of the backfield on a circle route and did have space. Tuskegee again trying to go deeper down the field.
That one goes incomplete. And Kellum Brent back on to punt it away for Tuskegee.
You've heard the expression, sometimes you have to take what the defense gives you.
I've heard
Tuskegee feels like it's a little bit in force mode right now. Albany State is dropping their defensive backs deep in coverage, leaving those shallow zones wide open for Tuskegee.
Indeed, yeah, they got to recognize that and start to manage it because it is absolutely there. Cullum with the kick. Got it away from the return man. Good job by Cullum again. This one bounces at the 20, heads inside of the 20 now. Forward roll, takes it down to the 5, down near the 4, and Brent Cullum with another great job of kicking.
And the reason I mentioned that, Charles, of course they're trailing the receivers for Tuskegee. But what Tuskegee is doing when they run the 3 wide receivers, it's like they're all sending them to the same depth as opposed to sending too deep and having one break short, shallow over the middle.
Indeed, you're right. We've seen with them trying to work the tight end to that throwing scenario, they're working them toward the sideline a little bit deeper. Got to make that adjustment, get those short routes, as you referenced, take what the defense gives you. We used to say that all the time when we were jumping on the trampoline.
So you take what the trampoline gives you. I can't believe you didn't have trampoline in gym class. Did you have the rings? Did you have the vault? Did you have the horse?
Last
You
year,
didn't have that.
we're in the South, man. We don't do those kinds of things.
Balance beam.
Yeah, right.
You know, they had us on the balance beam in gym class.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, that's
Major props to Simone Biles.
I know, we give that out now, that's for sure.
Scared me.
Yeah. Well, I started talking about twisties and all that kind of stuff, and losing your place in the air. I can see why.
Totally
You're only
understand.
way too high in the air.
Totally understand it.
Sure. Bell going to go across the middle, crossing route. Exactly what we're talking about for Tuskegee. Golden Rams do it to perfection there.
Albany State, nothing fancy, simple in route, middle of the field. They pick up the first down.
Javian Jackson, one of their leading receivers, first-team all-conference player with this first catch of the ball game, came in with 15 to his credit prior to that catch. They'll go on the ground left side this time and pushing the pack for maybe a 3-yard gain.
And you know what's interesting, in the years that we've covered the SIAC for various teams, I don't think Albany State has ever been known as a deep ball passing team. They've always relied on a strong run game,
Sure.
short passing, somewhat similar to Fort Valley.
Agree 100%. It was Weich on the previous carry. He'll carry this one. He's tripped up at the line of scrimmage. Good defensive work there by Kaquan Kimber for Tuskegee.
Kimber came knifing in from the right side from his linebacker position on a blitz, made a great tackle at the shoe tops, stopping that play for a bit of a loss.
Kimber, the leading tackler for the Golden Tigers, second-team all-conference player. 8th in the conference with 43 coming into this ball game. Bell in shotgun. 18 seconds on the play clock. They'll look to the sideline. 8:37 remains, first half of play. Tuskegee trailing the Golden Rams of Albany State at Albany's homecoming 7-0.
Bit of confusion. Devon Irving for Tuskegee, one of the linebackers, was running to the side as Albany State was coming to the line of scrimmage. Irving was almost off the field, had to come back on the field. The coaches caught the confusion. They are forced into calling it timeout.
Yeah, burned that one with 8:30 left in this first half of play. TU definitely, if they can't take a lead into the locker room, they'd love to kind of hold things kind of right where it is right now.
You want to stay close. You don't want to have this game get out of control where you're down by more than 2 scores. I'll give Tuskegee a lot of credit for playing Albany State, arguably the best team in the SIAC, to this 7-0 deficit with 8:30 remaining in the second quarter.
8:30 to the second quarter. Let's go ahead and get our homework out of the way on our Alumni Chapter Challenge. The question was, in what year did Tuskegee go undefeated and win the Pioneer Bowl to secure a Sheraton Broadcasting Network Black College National Championship? Well, that's too easy for you.
I have the benefit of the cheat sheet, but I still stand by the fact that you actually covered that game. But the correct answer is 2007, which I have to believe you covered that game on radio or television. The Pioneer, think about how long the Pioneer Bowl lasted.
Sure, yeah.
It only had a short lifespan.
That's true. That's absolutely true. We had some coverage of it. I agree with that. So it could have very well been there for that. But that year, TU went undefeated at 12-0, and they won the Pioneer Bowl 58-51 over the Panthers of Virginia Union, and they claimed that Black College National Championship. Several that Tuskegee's had in that program.
You know, it's interesting. You talk about the Pioneer Bowl, which was a great idea to have conference champions face off. They just weren't able to get enough traction. They changed venues a couple of times, and then it, as Mike Tyson would say, it just faded to Bolivian.
Right? Yeah. I remember that. I was very engaged in the conference at that point. You're right. And to the credit of the SIAC was really the drive behind it. Not that they were dragging the CIAA kicking and screaming, but most of the organization and most of the heavy lifting took place with the conference office. It's unfortunate that it did not sustain itself.
But it's interesting that also, I'd say between the mid 80s and 90s, HBCU teams were struggling to find some way to conclude their seasons with some type of reward or bowl game. As those of you who follow HBCU closely know that our bowl games are in season in the form of classics.
Sure.
So to create a bowl game of champions was kind of a novel idea, and it bounced around in several locations. I remember there was a championship in Atlanta for a couple of years, didn't draw very well, but the conferences have struggled up to the Celebration Bowl to find some way to bring a conclusion to the season. You would have a neutral venue and good attendance.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the one in Atlanta. I think it was a Freedom Bowl, may have been, but it was the precursor to Celebration Bowl now with just a little tweak to it. I remember that very well in Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta. After the timeout, Bell gets set to call the signals for Albany State. He's in the pocket looking to his left. Now he'll tuck it and run it up the middle of the gut he goes. He's at the 35, bump from behind, slides down maybe at the 32. Kimber heading from behind, but he runs it, Bell does, for the Golden Ram first down.
Bell at 6'5", even though he has those choppy steps, he eats up a lot of yardage with those strides, makes up a first down for Albany State.
Football at their 31. They're going quickly here. They go on the ground on the ball fake and throw it out in the flats. Pass goes incomplete, trying to get it into the hands of Javian Jackson. Albany State seems to have this character that is once they do something positive, they go right back and get that offense started and geared up again.
One thing to notice about Bell, that last pass line had a lot of heat on it. He's going to have to learn to put touch on some of those shorter throws. We know he has a big arm. Now, how do you throw the short patterns?
He'll take a snap here on the ground. They'll keep it. Angling back to the inside and got some space there. Second wave of the defense. I believe that's White on the carry that time for the Albany State Golden Rams. And White runs it up to the 40.
Kimber complaining to the referees for Tuskegee, complaining that he was held on that last play. He's just now getting back to the line of scrimmage.
Albany State set to go on a 3rd down and 1. They go quick on the play. They give it to White. White got enough yardage for the first down. Not a lot there, but he got the 1 yard needed for the first down.
This is the point in the game, Charles, where Albany State, behind their law firm of Stovall, Wesley, Brown, Pelissier, and Stroman, they're trying to really assert their personalities and just dominate up front.
And the longer these games wear, with Tuskegee being out on that field defensively, the better or the more it favors the offense.
I hope I got that name right. Pelissier.
That's what I was calling him last night. Yeah, Pelissier. I think you're good. We both agree. We may be both wrong. But on the carry on a keeper left side, it's Bell, and Bell runs it to midfield. So he's got about 6 on that carry.
This is the moment for the Tuskegee defense where fatigue can start to be a problem as Albany State's going up-tempo. I'm looking at the body language of Tuskegee at the line of scrimmage. A few players with hands on hips.
Football just before midfield at the 49.5 for Albany State. Left hash mark. They face a 2nd down and 4. Clock running with 6:25 remaining first half. Albany State with a 7-0 lead. TU trying to hold them there. Bell in shotgun. Claps, gets the snap. Looks to his right. Fires it, threw it underneath. Tapped around. Almost picked off by TU at the line of scrimmage. Timothy Grayson got a hand up on it.
Timothy Grayson got the spike, as you mentioned, timed his jump perfectly. A great play for the Tuskegee defense because they are being pounded and pounded. They needed a play like that to kind of slow down the momentum that Albany State's trying to build.
3rd down now for Albany State. Band's getting set to perform. And we're about 6 minutes, 15 seconds from the halftime show. Charles McNeil will be handling that for some coverage on GTSN. Charles got some extra duty today. It's 25 minutes today, brother. You better get ready.
I was thinking the same thing.
3rd down play. Bill, they're trying to set a screen. They do it left side. Catch made there by White, but TU reading that well, but White's refusing to go down. Got it past midfield, short of the first down marker, but that may be a 4th down play coming for Albany State.
Give Tuskegee's defense a gold star for pursuit and effort. That was a tough play to defend, but Tuskegee got multiple players to the point of attack, stopped it short.
That'll bring up forward. TU got to get back settled on defense. Albany State looks like they want to go in a hurry on a 4th and 2, just past the 50-yard line on TU's side. 4th and 2, clap by Bell, trying to see if they can get Albany, the Golden Tigers, a jump. Now they'll reset and look toward the sideline with 9 seconds left. Gut check here for Albany State to see if they're going to challenge the defense of Tuskegee on a 4th and 2. They do. They'll go on the ground and slicing it ahead. It's going to be a good look at this and see if he looks like he's going to be short of the marker from where we see it from up here.
I think you're making an excellent pre-call on that, depending on the spot. We'll take a look. It would be a huge boost for Tuskegee's defense if they held.
They went with Thomas on the carry, and looking at the mark, looking at the TU sideline, they're saying that the football should be going the other way. And did they give them a first down on it?
They're giving it to Albany State. You can see people hopping up and down on the Tuskegee sideline, complaining about the spot.
And look at the players. They're doing the same thing. They're going to the sideline complaining to the coaches that can't be. Coach James standing right there in front of the chain crew, pleading his case. Now the official's going to stop play for just a moment. Boy, that was a very, very generous call if they say that was a first down. Tuskegee took the time out. You see Coach James throwing the challenge flag on the far side of the field to challenge that spot.
So since this is a televised game, the officials, if I'm not incorrect, have the benefit of taking a look at this one.
You're absolutely right. The replay was instituted in the SIAC this year. Coaches have the ability to challenge a call.
Great call by Aaron James to challenge that, because from where we are, our booth is right at about the 43-yard line. So the play where the ball was run to is almost directly below us. So we have a pretty good vantage point. The officials are now coming to the sideline to take a second look.
Indeed. They'll have that where they have 3 different looks at it, minimum 3 different looks in terms of the Sky Coach system that's employed by the conference. They've got cameras positioned here inside the stadium, and they'll show them those 3, and they can go in and zoom in on it and get a better look at the spot.
It's a very important call to make at this point in the game with 4:34 remaining till halftime. It's one of those game-changing plays. If Tuskegee was able to hold on that 4th and short, game changes possibly for Albany State, because if they do get the benefit of the first down, they're in Tuskegee territory.
4:34 remain. They would like nothing consume the rest of this clock, capitalizing on the score at the end. But you're right, it'll change the dynamic completely. Tuskegee gets coming in with the possibility of tying this before the break. That's why Coach Moses is important enough to take the challenge.
At least Tuskegee will be starting with a short field to operate with. The field position goes in their favor in terms of what type of offense they like to run.
Now, the way it works is the challenge here. If he's successful, Tuskegee will have at least one more opportunity to challenge. But if they rule that their spot was accurate, that's the last challenge of the ball game for Tuskegee. But it's well worth it here. I couldn't agree with Coach James more than taking it here, because this could be a deciding factor in this first half. They had it initially with the line judge coming in. He was squarely in front. We'll get the call here. I think it's Mike Mepcon. Wow, they confirmed the call, and it'll be a first down for the Golden Rams of Albany State. Tough break there for Tuskegee. Boy.
So defense obviously disappointed. They're going to have to maintain the pursuit angles and the effort that they've exhibited early on this drive. Not let the disappointment of not getting the call hurt the way they attack Albany State on offense.
Indeed, you're right. That certainly has to be the message from the coaches as they were looking at this, is that let's not let that be a factor in terms of how we finish up this drive against that offense. It's 4:34 remaining in the first half. Officials gather and they rule it a first down for Albany State, so they'll have a fresh set of downs from the 48-yard line of Tuskegee. Just about set to resume action. I think it's HBCU Go that's got us coverage here today on the Griot channel. Of course, we know you all are just perhaps watching it and listening to us in terms of the sound of the game. We appreciate that. But they get the luxury of getting back after the time, and we're set to begin action now. From the 48, Bell sends a man in motion, right side. They slide and stack it that way. Ball fake. Bell in the pocket. Shooting upfield, got a man there. King on the coverage. Michael one-on-one. How about that one-handed block there by Michael King? Outstanding defense by King.
What King did, which was outstanding in coverage on Jamil Williams, the wide receiver who's at the 15 full speed. He maintained contact without committing a foul.
Indeed. Didn't grab him or anything.
Had his hand just as kind of a measure. I'm going to keep you in arm's length, literally.
Sure.
At the last moment, raises up, bats the ball away. A great play by King.
Indeed. That's why he had so many preseason accolades. Ran into a couple of ball games this season where he had some challenge in terms of coverage and was taken out of the starting lineup. But he's back out there and made an outstanding play. That goes with the interception that he had early on in this ball game as well.
King was literally tethered to Williams.
Nice word. Yeah, absolutely.
Took me a while, but I found it.
It's almost like a child riding a bike, right? You just want to keep that hand out there.
Keep him right there.
No gain on the run on the inside, so that'll bring up third down here for Albany State with 4:03 remaining in this first half. They still lead 7-0. TU defense a little bit disappointed after that first down call, trying to see if they can't snuff Albany State out here on this third down. Bell with 13 on the play clock, looking to the Albany State sideline for the play.
They're in no hurry. Clock continues to run. We'll be at about 3:30 on the snap.
TU showing they're coming at the corner. Miller lined up there. They go quickly out in the flats. Catch made there. First tackle a miss there. And that's going to bring up a fourth down here for Albany State, but they may be considering going for it here. It's going to be about 4 down and, well, it'll be about 6. After the catch, the runner stepped out of bounds near the 43-yard line. So it's a 4th and 6 now for Albany State. They're lining up as though they're going for it here.
So Devon Irving, the linebacker for Tuskegee, 6'0", 220, had to make a play like a defensive back. Had shallow zone coverage responsibility. Has to make that tackle.
Bell brings a man in motion. Now they send him back the other way. He'll roll to his right. Got some space. Lost the football. He dives on, and he's down at the 40-yard line, short of the first down marker. So that Tuskegee defense bent a little bit there by that call against them. But they do not break. They'll turn it over to the offense.
First player to the sideline celebration. Tim Mason getting the leaping chest high five at the sideline for his play.
Hey, that's energy that they just stole there from the Golden Rams of Albany State. Good defensive work. So from the 41-yard line, Tuskegee takes the football over with 2:42 remaining. Let's see if the freshman can work a little bit of magic here before the intermission. Trail 7-0. Goal is at the top of a slot set to McGrew's right. Shotgun, McGrew. They're going to go short side of the field. Straight ahead on the carry, turned in over in on the carry for Tuskegee is Ronaldo Spivey Jr. Ronaldo didn't play last weekend, but getting his first run here this football game.
You know, players peek at the scoreboard from week to week. Albany State's got to be thinking, this is not the team that lost to Morehouse. Who are these guys?
Sure. They look totally different, but we have to also say that we have seen them in the first half where Tuskegee has looked sharp. Great defensive stand, turns it over to the offense. They got 2 on the previous play. McGrew in the pocket, going to float it upfield. Got a man trying to get it to Hardy, but overshoots Hardy on the sprint route down the left sideline. Still TU trying to go up and get it all here with 2:04 remaining.
The good news for Tuskegee is McGrew's getting time to throw. He's using his elusiveness, even when Albany State gets defensive pressure up front, to buy extra time, shifting his feet, finding space in the pocket.
McGrew and the entire receiving corps closer to the Tuskegee sideline, all looking to get that play that's being put in from the sideline. Play clock already at 7 as TU finally comes back to the line of scrimmage. Going to have to hurry on this snap here. 3 to snap it. Send the man in motion to go quickly. McGrew with the football. Here's the pressure. Steps up right side. Got some space. Needs to tuck and run here. He does. McGrew past midfield. Slides to his left. He's at the 34-yard line on an outstanding recognition play by the freshman quarterback.
That play had the effectiveness of a draw play as McGrew saw the pressure from the outside, wide open, opened up in the middle of the field, decides to take it, run for himself, pick up the first down.
And to the point that we've been making about that portion of the field being so wide open, this time to take advantage of a run. Same thing applies with the passing as well. So McGrew with an outstanding decision, just kind of sensed that pressure coming in behind, and good coverage downfield for Albany State, and the freshman took it upon himself and runs it to the 34 for the first. A minute 54 games in this first half. We come to that 2-minute timeout before the intermission. And Tuskegee with a chance to at least earmark if they can get one in the end zone, come away with a tie at the break.
If I'm not mistaken, the official on the field said this is a 10-minute timeout. Now, they're making an announcement of some Albany State alumni in the end zone. We're going to time this one.
I don't think it's 10. I don't know.
I hope it's not a 10-minute timeout.
Sure. Oh, you give us a break down now, right? But you don't get a 10-minute timeout. Let's see if we can't just stall this drive. It's homecoming, so there's a lot of activity going on. And you expect the same thing in this 25-minute halftime that Charles McNeil is going to take you through. But a lot of action here at the Coliseum, including both bands getting set to perform here inside the bowl. And I'm sure there will be some big check presentations here at the break as well. So Tuskegee, after that good defensive stand to stop Albany State, got that football back. And the freshman runs it on the Albany State side of the 50. They're down at the 34 now. Golden opportunity for Tuskegee.
What Tuskegee has to be thinking, Charles, we've talked about this from time to time, ACs, with time management in mind. Now is the time you're thinking of going to the sideline. If they go to the middle of the field, receivers have to make that break to the sideline as soon as they catch the ball. Think clock at all times.
Tuskegee, last time they were a homecoming opponent. That was back in 2023 at Alabama A&M. So they don't get the chance to be the guest at anybody's homecoming that often. And that really speaks to the quality of the Tuskegee program.
Through the last 3 decades that we've been covering, SIA, Tuskegee, and Albany State have been top third of the conference year to year to year. So there's a certain amount of respect, no matter the rivalry between these two schools.
Indeed. What it does, you start talking about Albany State, Tuskegee, Fort Valley always being in that conversation about 1, 2, and 3. It made everybody in the conference kind of up their game. Benedict, Miles College, all those programs really went to work to recognize where they needed to get into that fray.
You had to. They got tired of getting kicked to the curb.
Sure, right. They didn't want to be homecoming opponent every time.
Exactly.
It's homecoming here at Albany State. After the timeout, Tuskegee with a minute 54 remaining in this first half from the 34 of the Golden Rams. Red cap down to our right for HBCU Go, about to let things get started on an absolutely gorgeous day here in Georgia, southern part of it. McGrew joined in the backfield by Spivey. Bring a man in motion. Now Wilson slides to around right side. No flag coming in now. May have a free play. TU going to that corner of the end zone on a route there. This is going to be batted away, almost interception at the back of the end zone.
Albany State was offside, so as you mentioned, Tuskegee got a free play. Wise decision. You have a free play, take it deep.
Sure. The official was kind of late getting it out of his pocket. I think it may have just kind of gotten jammed in there. I think I saw a turkey wing fall out of his pocket. Just couldn't pull it out of there. So that'll push the football 5 yards closer to the end zone for Tuskegee with a minute 46 left in this first half. Down to the 29-yard line.
Tuskegee does not have to worry about getting this in one chunk. They need a sequence of plays. They need 2 sets of first downs.
They'll go with the same set. Spivey to the left this time of McGrew in the backfield. 1st and 5 on the ground. Ronaldo looking for space. Got some. Stutter steps toward the sideline, but a good open field tackle there by the Golden Rams. They put him down in his tracks. Stop made downfield by Tyrell Gainey, this redshirt sophomore.
Gainey's only 175, but he made that tackle like a 220-pounder. Very accurate.
Yeah, he just kind of stayed with the hips of Spivey on that. If you start looking at the feet and looking at the ball, that's when you get lost. But he was able to keep that body right in front of him, got low enough to trip up Spivey. And that'll make it a 2nd down and 4. Spivey with a yard pickup. We're at 67 seconds left, first half of play. Play clock at 5. The freshman set. He'll take the snap. Ball fake. Pressure at the corners. Unloads it toward the sideline, but shoots it out of bounds. Trying to get it out there in the flats to Wilson, but overshot Wilson near the 15. So 54 seconds remaining. TU facing a 3rd down and 4. Well, this is still part of the clock management. They just got to get a 1st down here to get a fresh set of downs with less than a minute remaining. Only got to get it to the 24 for the 1st. McGrew. They look to the sideline. Kamoku in the backfield now for blocking purposes. Spivey behind McGrew. Slot is to his right. Now Spivey steps up to the left. Snap to McGrew. Across the middle. Got a man sitting right there. What we've been talking about all game long. That's E.J. Hall. Hall beyond the sticks. Down at the 15. That's a fresh set of downs for the Golden Tigers.
All they have to do is listen to the Golden Network. 1st down, Tuskegee.
We don't know a lot about a lot of different things, but we're working on that one.
Did an excellent job of facing his quarterback, getting his hands up.
1st and 10. Spin handoff Spivey. He'll turn back or try to turn back the other direction. He saw nothing but blue jerseys that time.
The timing was a bit off on that handoff as the quarterback had to reach a little bit of extra yard to get to the running back. The running back, in turn, was not able to a good start.
Timeout on the field with 28 seconds left. Tuskegee threatening, trying to get into the end zone before the intermission. First time we've seen it in this football game so far, Mark, that they got Hall squaring up on the inside of the defense at about 15, 20 yards out and able to make a good catch there to keep this drive alive for TU.
With 28 seconds remaining, Charles, Tuskegee does not have to rush unless they are tackled in the middle of the field. They have enough time, if they use it wisely, to get off about 4 plays.
Well, nothing more to get this score here, keep this thing even. To reference, it's important for them to get off to a good start. We saw that on the first possession of the football game with King coming away with that interception.
Credit the Tuskegee defense, as you mentioned, on the first play, sending a strong signal that we're here to play. And if not for one big running play for Albany State, the defense has really held up exceptionally well.
Absolutely. Lights out so far. Back to live action now. 28 seconds left. Football at the 20-yard line is where they mark the catch. McGrew, he'll take the snap and shotgun. Steps up in the pocket, feels the pressure. They'll flush him left side. He's a right-handed flag coming in. Tosses it to the back of the end zone. 2 receivers there, but overshoots them both. And we'll check the flag at the initial indication of holding. Boy, oh boy. You called it all game long. That the one thing that can certainly kill a drive is that.
They're going to get Ivan Williams of Tuskegee on the hold. Williams had hands on hips at about the 30-yard line. Not happy with the call, still discussing it with the referees. But as you mentioned, Charles, you can't hurt yourself. That time, Tuskegee had no other option than to try that deep ball. Again, 20 seconds remaining, only 8 seconds on that last play call.
So that'll push him back to the 31 now. Clock stopped for the moment. McGrew with the snap. Short drop. Pumps once. Got a man trying to get behind the coverage and overshoots him down near the 5-yard line. He's trying to get at the Hall. The Hall stumbled just a bit on its route.
The receivers are being defensive backs, so very alert in deep coverage.
Second thing you got to be mindful of, too, here with 14 seconds left. You don't want to get yourself into a situation where you don't even have the opportunity for a field goal. Probably got to get maybe another 10 yards to make sure you're within Ryan's range. McGrew rolls short right side toward the sideline. Hall went up, can't hang on to it. On the run. Right side, but not able to squeeze that one in. So that'll bring up fourth down.
Rashad Wilson Jr. was breaking from the right side of the field to the center, right in front of the goal post at about the 5-yard line, 10 yards open.
It'll bring up Ryans now. He'll be trying a 47-yarder here. He's hit from 42 as long as the season's got more than enough leg for 47. Trying to get Tuskegee on the board before the break. Snap, it's down, kick, Larkin, plenty of leg on it. Floater is no good. Left it out to the right side. So Tuskegee threatens late here in this first half. They deny Albany State on the defensive side, but not able to punch that football in for a score before the break. He did something there, Lass.
The disappointing part of that last drive is the holding call.
Sure, that's what took it out of play. Ryan's trying it from 47, had leg on it, was kind of a floating kick, didn't turn it over the way that he wanted to, never got it breaking back toward the middle of the uprights. So 5 seconds remains in this first half. Likely to see the Golden Rams come out and go into that protective formation and just take a knee. And they'll take a 7-0 lead into the locker room at their homecoming 2025. Near capacity crowd here at the Coliseum, certainly on the Albany State side. They get the clock geared up. That brings us to the intermission here at the homecoming for the Golden Rams of Albany State. At the break, it's Albany State with a 7-0 lead over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We turn it over now to Charles McNeil and our production team. Get you into the halftime show back after that. Stay with us on GTSN.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
And we welcome you to the halftime report. Hope you guys are doing extremely well. We're here at halftime. And of course, the halftime report is brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. Charles McNeil, Albany, Georgia is the site for this one. Always a great time as we welcome you to the TU report, the halftime report presented by Alabama Power. Charles McNeil, Albany, Georgia. It is Golden Rams, homecoming 2025. And it's also the third game in the SIAC play for our Golden Tigers. At the break, Tuskegee trailing this one by a score of 7-0. Larkin Ryans misfiring on his opportunity to put us on the board late from deep. TU won the toss and they deferred to the second half of this contest. And on the first play from scrimmage, ASU's quarterback tried to go deep, tried to get on the board early. And of course, this team known for their rushing attack, trying their very best to get the ball downfield. But Michael King was a man on a mission. Preseason All-American with an INT, his second of the season, but TU couldn't capitalize. So on the second possession, they went on a long 98-yard drive. Albany State, 2:52 left. Tiante White scored from 2 yards out with the lone score of the first half, and the Golden Rams led it by a score of 7-0. Of course, we heard from Coach James after that opening quarter, and he was pleased by his defensive effort, holding the top scoring team in the conference, who's scoring better than 43 points a game, to only one score in their first 3 possessions. On to the second quarter we went. And in that second quarter, at the 13:21 mark, Tuskegee turned the ball over when E.J. Hall misjudged a punt. Of course, as you heard Mark mention, kind of in a valley here at Albany, and the ball gets caught up in that draft, and he misjudged the punt. Ball fell to the ground. It was recovered by Albany State near midfield after a penalty gave him some great field position. Their left-handed freshman quarterback, who had come on as a result of an injury that was caused to the starter in the first half, wasn't enough to get them going. He was not ready for prime time, could not get the offense flowing the way that their coaching staff would have liked. Couldn't move the ball, so Tuskegee took over. Michael King, man-on-man coverage. When they got the ball back, another opportunity to score. And once again, Michael King with a one-handed deflection. He and KK Kimber doing what they do, leading the Golden Tigers defenders at the midway home mark, ASU's homecoming here in the land of the Golden Rams. So as we said, with all that said, at the break, Tuskegee fortunate to be in this one. Their defense holding it down for the freshman Bryson McGrew. And one thing I'm thinking at the end of this first half of play, as you got a chance to maybe watch it on TV and, of course, listen to the live stream with C-Dub and Mark, is that for Tuskegee, their golden opportunities have always seemed to come in the first half. They jump out to an early lead, obviously in the Central State game, in the contest against Benedict. They've seen themselves, approved in that first half and have kind of faltered, Morehouse being an example of that, against, other opponents throughout the way. Come from behind wins have been the case. Maybe this is our opportunity to get a come from behind victory. Once again, Tuskegee trailing at the break, 7-0. Lorcan Ryans with an opportunity to get us on the board in the closing seconds of that first half, unable to capitalize as his field goal attempt from 40 plus out was wide to the right. Make that wide left. All right, so here we go. It's showtime here at the Coliseum on the Smurf turf. They're blue turf here in South Georgia. And here are your first half numbers. Rushing in favor of Albany State, 119-37. Passing in favor of the Golden Tigers, 61-18. Overall, total offense in the first half, 137 for the Albany State team, 98 for Tuskegee University. As for first downs, 8-6 is your number in favor of the Golden Rams. Each team penalized once, one for 6 yards for Tuskegee, one for 5 yards for Albany State. As far as third down conversions, the efficiency, Tuskegee 1 for 4 and 2 for 7 for Albany State. 7 possessions in that opening half for Albany State and only 7 points for a team that scores almost 44 points a game is tremendous if you think in terms of what we were able to do. They were efficient, though, in the fourth down department was Albany State, 2 of 3. Tuskegee 50%, 1 of 2. Quarterback-wise, 4 of 13 for Tuskegee's McGrew, and the combined passing, 4 for 11 for 1 interception for the 2 quarterbacks at Albany State. All right, so those are some of your numbers of interest. And as I said, our halftime report will continue, and you'll hear from the number 1 band in the land as the Crimson Piper Marching Band, all set to perform for us when we return. They'll be rocking the house during the Golden Rams homecoming coming up. We'll take a look at the SIAC schedule as well. The band, if they're not ready to perform now, let's see if we are ready. Let's check out on the field and see if they're in a position. I'm kind of not in a spot where I can see them. So I'll ask our talented director if the Golden Piper Marching Band, Crimson Piper Marching Band is ready to perform. Let's put them on now. All right. They're not quite ready yet. So coming up, it's an opportunity for us to hear from the Crimson Piper Marching Band as they'll be rocking the house here at the Coliseum in Albany when we return with more of the TU Halftime Report presented by Alabama Power. It continues right after this.
grew up coming out to this land. There's just something special about it. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's really important to me.
All right, so we are back and better than ever. Happy to have you guys on board. Of course, the halftime report, it is presented by Alabama Power, and obviously we'll get a chance to hear from the Crimson Piper Marching Band in just a little bit. Some of the festivities going on, as Charles said, big checks being passed out down at Albany State here as the Coliseum is rocking. I don't know if you got a chance to see the game via the television broadcast or any of their highlights this year, but they're for the second season, they've got this blue turf. We haven't been here in a while, so it's a good opportunity for us to see this up close and personal. And if you've ever seen Boise State Stadium, it bears a striking resemblance to that in terms of that Smurf turf, as we like to call it. So we'll get into that a little bit more as we roll on. But we welcome you back into the TU Halftime Report presented by Alabama Power. Charles McNeil here. And two teams picked to finish first and third in the preseason matched up right here in Albany, Georgia. And as we mentioned, as we're at the break, 7-0 is our score in favor of the undefeated in conference play 4-0 Albany State Golden Rams. Tuskegee riding a 4-game losing streak, looking to bounce back, and I know they will be given that opportunity in quick stead. Well, last night in the SIAC, there was plenty of action, and it was going on up north. You're absolutely right. We had games going on up north. We'll get to that scoreboard and give you an opportunity to see that in SIAC play last night, Kentucky State, winners of 4 straight in conference play, they traveled to New Hampshire. And, well, it looks like before we get to that scoreboard, it looks like the Crimson Piper Marching Band is performing. Let's go ahead and take a listen. The Crimson Piper Marching Band, as we'll get a chance to listen to them and enjoy. The Crimson Piper Marching Band. That's the Crimson Piper Marching Band bringing it to you, delivering the goods here in homecoming for ASU 2025. Always putting on a show and always a fantastic performance as they continue to rock the house here in Albany, Georgia. Charles McNeil, the halftime report continues. Of course, it is always a big time. Checks being handed out. A lot of dignitaries in town as well, and all the alum from all over the land making their way back down to Albany State, and also for our TU alum, many of those that live in South Georgia and also the northern parts of Florida, getting an opportunity to see the Tuskegee Golden Tigers up close and personal. Well, we mentioned it before we slipped over to the Crimson Piper Marching Band. There is some fun and games that happened last night in the SIAC. We had plenty of action, and it was a great time had by all. Last night, Kentucky State, winners of 4 straight in conference play, they traveled up north, way up north to New Hampshire to face a 3-3 Franklin Pierce squad on the Sodexo Magic Field. And that's right, it's the same Sodexo Magic that rocks the house at Tuskegee. Well, the Thoroughbreds took an early 7-0 lead. They led it 14-7 at half. And after Franklin Pierce tied the game up at 14, KSU's kicker, Leland Gantz, he drilled a 41-yard field goal as time expired in the contest to give Kentucky State their 6th win of the year. Final score of that one was 17-14. In today's action, they're underway 85 miles north of where we are right now in the ATL, and Morehouse trying to get it done with a 2-game win streak, hosting Lane. The Maroon Tigers scored first. Nick Woodford, you know he wasn't reserved, as he scored from 1 yard out, a TD run, and he did that at the 4-minute mark of the opening quarter to give his squad an early 7-0 lead. Peyton Nero, he bounced back. He answered that for Lane in the second quarter. He did so from 16 yards away. His run was a touchdown to tie things up at 7-7 early in the second quarter. At the 8:30 mark, Morehouse quarterback Miles Scott found Eric Stevens' 15-yard scoring strike. And in the second quarter, with 6 minutes remaining, right now our score is 14-7 in favor of the Maroon Tigers, that is, of Morehouse. All right, now we go over to Wilberforce, Ohio. Inside of McPherson Stadium, the 2-4 Marauders of Central State are hosting 2-3 Kentucky Christian. This one is in the first quarter, early in the contest, just 11 minutes to play in the opening quarter, so just 4 minutes in, with the score 7-0 in favor of Kentucky Christian, as they scored on a 2-yard drive from just 13 yards away. The Miles Golden Bears, they're coming off their first win of the year. They're all set to kick things off for homecoming 2025, and 2-4 Clark Atlanta is the opponent over in Fairfield, Alabama. At the top of the hour, the Miles faithful hope to get their 2nd win in a row. At 2-2, Savannah State travels made a 2.5-hour east drive as they're in the big town of Augusta, Georgia, for their inaugural Good Trouble Heritage Classic, where they will meet the 1-3 Fort Valley State squad. This one will be played in an HBHS. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's a historically black high school. It's called Lucy C. Laney High School. I had the pleasure of calling their games for 12 years and been around this parts for about the Augusta area about 30 years or so. So Laney, a great location for a football game. They used to have an event way back in the day called the City Classic, and then it was the CSRA Classic. And then after a few years off from bringing black college football to Augusta, a town that doesn't have a black college that has football. Of course, they have Payne College there. But because they don't have football on the collegiate level, they import a couple of schools, and this time it's Savannah State and taking on Fort Valley in the Good Trouble Heritage Classic. That one also will get started at the top of the hour. At 4 p.m., the game that GTSN has highlighted as the game of the day. It's the game of the day in the SIAC. It gets underway in Duval County as 3-1 Edward Waters welcomes in 5-0 Benedict. This one should go down to the final possession. And if you are, in fact, of course, a big fan as you are of the Golden Tigers, you'll be rooting in this particular instance for Edward Waters, one of the opponents we don't play. If we have any chance of making it to the SIAC championship game, we got to get these teams at the top. A win by Tuskegee over Albany State, and a win in this contest by Edward Waters over Benedict brings championship hopes back into play. So that's a look at our SIAC schedule and scoreboard. A little closer to home, we have a busy week ahead for TU Athletics. On Tuesday, Coach Pamela Perkins and the Tuskegee University volleyball team, they will look to secure their 11th win of the season when they host Oakwood at 6 p.m. That's this coming Tuesday, 6 p.m. Central Time, and you can tune into this one right here on GTSN. This Thursday at 6 p.m., the Chappie James Center will be rocking once again for Tuskegee Madness. You heard about it during our pregame show. It's your first look at our SIAC finalists from a year ago in basketball, both the men's and women's programs. You saw them previewed in our TU Game Day Live program a little bit earlier on our live stream. So come see Coach Wester and Coach Taylor squads in person. They've got a DJ. They've got prizes. It's going to be a fantastic event. Of course, they'll introduce you to all the new and players that you're familiar with from years ago. They'll be back and ready to make another run at a title. Then on Friday at 11 a.m. and Saturday at 9 a.m., our volleyball team will play 4 matches. That's right, 4 matches this weekend, pivotal 4 matches, so 5 in all for the week. That could set the stage for a championship run in the SIAC. The volleyball team will be in Memphis for the SIAC cluster. A week ago, we got a chance to talk a little bit with Aaron James about a variety of things leading into this particular contest. Well, Coach will be ready to go again next Saturday afternoon. The football program will be ready. We'll be ready for their first back-to-back home games to begin that first half back-to-back home game run of the 25 season, as we have an opportunity to face Allen University and host them coming up next week around this time. So if you can't wait to see your squad participate, definitely keep it locked to GTSN for all the constant coverage, and also our Facebook page gets you updated on everything you need to know that's happening with Tuskegee University Athletics. That's the Golden Tiger Sports Network Facebook page. Make sure you lock and load right there. So again, we can't wait to see all of you over the next 2 Saturdays at Abbott Memorial Alumni Field, and obviously Tuesday and Thursday for those respective events. Tuesday volleyball and Thursday for Tuskegee Madness. And that's all from here. Thanks so much for tuning in. Remember, alumni, if you have a business or know someone that does, we would love to help your business shine right here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. You guys can see my contact information there on the screen. So please, if you will, ma'am or sir, lock and load right there. We would love to have you do that. It's your way of connecting with us and for our way of connecting with you. If you want to email me, you can certainly do that as well at goldentigersportsnetwork@gmail.com. That's goldentigersportsnetwork@gmail.com. So that does it from here at the TU Halftime Report presented by Alabama Power. Your halftime score 7-0 in favor of Albany State. Charles McNeil handing it off after the break to my brothers Charles Ward and Mark Lassiter, who will bring you the second half of the Golden Rams homecoming action. Of course, they'll have it right here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Hey, Golden Tiger fans. Arthur A.J. Woodson here, class of 2010, and current president for the New York Tuskegee Alumni Association, encouraging all other alumni chapters to sign up for this year's Golden Tiger Sports Network Alumni Chapter Challenge, grand prize being a deluxe tailgate experience being held at this year's homecoming. Sign your chapters up now so that you can be a part of the weekly score predictions, trivia during the game, and even have a live check-in during the game on the GTSN if your chapter is hosting a watch party. So sign up and be a part of this year's Alumni Chapter Challenge.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics U.S. Coast.
And we are back live at the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University at the intermission. Golden Rams of Albany leading the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee 7-0 at the break. And Mark in the first half with Tuskegee a chance right there at the end to at least tie this football game up going into the locker room.
You know, looking at the halftime stats, Tuskegee had a very respectable half on offense. They ran 23 plays for 98 yards. Albany State, on the other hand, they ran 35 for 137. But if you look at the net average, they're just about identical. There's no such thing as a moral victory, but I would say that Tuskegee, coming into this game having lost to Morehouse and Fort Valley, if you had told them during the middle of the week that you'd be down only 7-0 to Albany State, they might have taken that.
Sure. Because you talked about it in the pregame that it was important for Tuskegee to get off to a good start. And not only that, but to kind of maintain closeness in this first half. They've done that in this first half of football here at Albany State. Some of the numbers for Tuskegee, McGrew, the freshman, only 3 completions in that first half for 23 yards. Throwing the football, Hall with targeted 6 times, 2 catches. Garman with that nice catch at the sideline. Rouser with a catch, that one only just out of the backfield for 1 yard, and they targeted the tight end 1 time in that first half. But our thought was that if we can see an adjustment by that Golden Tiger offense in the second half, is to look more toward the middle of the football field.
The key for the Tuskegee defense is to not stay on the field a long time in the second half, because as it is a very warm day, they did an excellent job of maintaining their intensity and their pursuit angles in the first half. You can't rely on them to continue that unless you can have some productive drives on offense.
We'll see what kinds of adjustment Coach Aaron James and his coaching staff makes here in the second half. They don't need a lot of them, just a couple of tweaks to get that offense inside the end zone. Like we referenced before, that this team does a good job from 20 to 20, but it's taking it in. That's been the difference for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee on that 47-yard field goal effort by Ryans to end that first half. Certainly has the ability, kicking-wise, to hit it from 47. There, he just did not get it to turn like he wanted to get it headed toward the middle of the uprights.
If there is one word that characterizes the second half of Tuskegee, Charles, it's opportunity. They really have an opportunity, and I think that one of the keys is if they can get their big tight end involved, Gregory King Jr., in the shallow zones. They only targeted him once, to my recollection, in the first half. They can get King involved more with this offense. They can possibly have some advantage to running off some time-consuming plays against this very formidable Albany State defense.
And we saw that in the Morehouse game, how effectively they used their tight end, Vinny, in that ball game. See if Tuskegee can integrate King here a little bit more. Yeah. Second half about to begin here. Glad you could join us. Special thanks to our friend Charles McNeil for handling things at a halftime. An extended Thursday. No problem for he and Mark. Martin McNeil's coverage in our TU Game Day pregame show all season long and joining us at halftime as well. Big addition to GTSN. Second half underway. TU deferred, so they'll be on offense first to start the second half. The kick will come down at the 15. It'll be Cooper with a short side of the field to work with Devin, knocked out of bounds near the 35-yard line. And TU set to go on offense. And still a little extracurricular going on there near the 30-yard line. 2 Tuskegee's players about to rip the jersey off of an Albany State player. Got it, had him in there pulling them both ways.
Last player out of that scrum was big number 49 for Tuskegee, Desi Morgan Jr. He's a fullback in on the kick return team.
Hey, they like to get and mix it up when they get out there. Special teams. Give me one shot at it, and I'll take advantage of it.
You only get one chance to make a good impression.
Indeed. So they'll start it from the 33 after the return on the short side by Cooper. The freshman in the pink socks. White spats. McGrew in shotgun. He'll take a snap on the ground. This time, Johnny Morris with his first carry of the football game. And Morris, left side, runs it for about 2 on that right side of that Albany State.
Morris with a jump cut right in the middle of the field. He helps up Taiwan Glenn for Albany State, who was in on the tackle, a very gentlemanly play.
So Morris with his first carry had that hand injury a couple of weeks ago. Limited duty for him. Did not play in last week in the game 2 weeks ago. But the first carry for him here in the second half. TU trying to mix things up a bit with him in the lineup. Play clock at 10. TU going right to left in this third quarter of play, trailing 7-0. 14 remains. Quick pitch right side Morris. Looking for a block at the corner. The tight end Smith got him one there. Morris trying to spring free, but they string him toward the sideline. Good job by Albany State. Traction toward the sideline.
Another matchup. Watch Charles Gabriel, the wide receiver for T6, 175. He's working against Tyrell Gainey of Albany State. Now, Gainey, before the last snap, was right at the scrimmage in Garman's face, about 3 off the line, backed off at the last minute. But Garman is a receiver who's been very effective for the Golden Tigers.
Third down play here. TU has to be effective here to keep the football. From their own 36-yard line at the right hash mark, they'll start this play. Pistol for McGrew. To his left, Morris joins him there. He'll take the snap. McGrew looking upfield, pumps once. Here's the pressure. Now back pedals and got to scramble toward the sideline now. Tosses it upfield and out of bounds. Didn't take the sack there. That's a good thing. But the pressure by Albany State flushed him to the right side.
Albany State's defensive front is not going to afford you the time to throw off a 5 or 7 or 9 step drop. You've got to throw it off a 3-step drop, get the ball out quicker. As Tuskegee not able to get players deep, Albany State has just pressured them into bad timing.
Sure. You don't make the change, you don't make the adjustment. We'll keep doing what we're doing until you do. TU there, back into that pattern of trying to go deep, didn't have anybody now. So they'll punt it away and give the football over to the Golden Rams. 13-12 remaining in the third. Cullum to punt it, average 43 in the first half. This one gets over the receiver, hard bounce there. And this one will roll into the end zone. Right into the knuckle, and it kept rolling forward, popped up straight to the end zone.
He did what was a 3 and out, forces their defense now to see if hold Albany State deep on this end of the field. But you can only ask the defense
quarterback situation for the Golden Rams. Remember, it was Kenny that started for them. But Kenny got banged up in that first half of play when Bell came on and went out with that injury. So Bell being forced to take over, and they'll go on the ground left side.
So Albany State is running their third string quarterback, missing their number 1 man, Isaiah Knowles, who was the all SIAC quarterback, who they're holding out this game. He was borderline. He warmed up, but they decided not to play him. So Albany State on homecoming saying we have enough depth to go 3 deep.
Bell is out there with the signal calling. That play did not gain anything, so it's 2nd and 10. Bell will roll to his right, raises, fires at the sideline. Catch made there, drilled out of bounds, but the catch by J.B.M. Jackson. And Jackson passed the sticks on that catch for an Albany State first down. So Bell with that short roll to his right, able to plant those feet and throw the pass to Jackson for the first.
Difficult throw for a left-hander.
Jackson with this second catch of the ball game. They go on the ground middle this time. Got it past the 35. Up where the White's on the carry.
There's the flag thrown after the play. Things, as noted, have been getting a little chippy between both teams. Albany State is clapping as if to say this was going against Tuskegee. We'll sort it out.
That was the initial look.
It is on TV. Yeah, you're going to get hurt.
Indeed, you're right. There's a lot of this going on since the first half, and you referenced how the officials might step in and try to take control of that to kind of shut it down. So far, they have not been able to calm that. And this time, Tuskegee gets hit, and it's penalties that hurt you offensively and they can hurt you defensively as well. Now this football is pushed on the TU side of the 50 at the 48-yard line. 11:48 remains in the third. TU trailing 7-0 to the Golden Rams. It's difficult enough, this game is, playing it and preventing people from getting yards. But you don't want penalties helping out the opposition. On the ground. Trying to catch him, White steps out of bounds near the 20.
The punishing block was thrown by this game. He just banged out the entire left Tuskegee line, allowing enough space for the running back to cut back, make that huge gain.
You're just almost to script last week. You were talking about not allowing the play, and the Golden Rams just got a big one there. Now Bell trying to keep it. He's wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. Okay, Kawan Kimber, the first Golden Tiger there on that stop for TU.
You got to give all credit to the offensive line of Albany State. They've been steady.
Yeah, as long as this football continues to elapse, they can get that confidence. Keeping that defensive TU out there, it just only bodes well for them as the ball game continues to unfold.
We talked about it in the first half, the fact that they're starting 3 sophomores, which means they may be dangerous for a few more years.
Sure.
One senior at offensive front.
Golden Rams set to go now on a 1st and 10 from the 14. On the ground, Bell on a second down play. He'll keep it left side. He's got some room trying to get to the pylon. Puts the shoulder down. A flag coming in from the secondary.
That's thrown at the spot. You might see a illegal block downfield by one of the receivers. We'll sort it out as the players come back upfield.
Bell on the run. Saw some daylight left side. Come out of the one back first. Didn't get in the end zone. Tuskegee pointing as though it's going against the Golden Rams.
Play was going into the left corner of the end zone. A lot of traffic down there. A lot of receivers trying to get space carved out for the running back, the quarterback.
We'll get a call here.
We apologize for the official's mic that went in and out on that last call. We did hear that it was a hold, but we didn't get the number that it was called on.
Yeah, had us all kind of waiting here.
As it stands, Albany State backed up. It appears to about the Tuskegee 23-yard line.
That will be the line of scrimmage. It'll remain 2nd down. 10:07 left in the third. Bell trying to stack things on the right side to bring 2 tight ends on that side of the formation. Away for the defense. Flag thrown in there. They keep the pack near the 10, but we'll check the flag. That one likely going to come back as well.
I think you're going to get a penalty on the offensive front that we've been praising for Albany State. There was a pancake block thrown by Pelessier, and he may be the one for the hold.
It will be the hold call.
They're going to get the tight end Jamarian Davis.
Yeah, that was called because Davis and Jevian Miller for Tuskegee were tied up there as the play had already run to the right side, and then it was just so much holding going on that throw the flag on Davis.
Now, you know I enjoy going down to the field during pregame. Got a chance to look at Jamarian Davis, and I'll just say one thing. He is a big man.
Yeah, 6'3", 2 redshirt freshman for the Golden Rams.
One thing you notice about Albany State's size is that they are athletic. They're not just big butts. They have players that can flat out run.
Yeah, definition, no question. We're talking about their recruiting geographic area. They get to make as Bell on the keeper fumbled it momentarily. Now he'll pick it up and run it left side. Takes a hard knock near the 27-yard line. After he bobbled that football on it.
Well, Bell was fortunate that he was able to catch that bad snap that was at his ankles. As it stands, DeMarcus Wynn for Tuskegee is hopping off the field, but he made something out of nothing on that bad snap from center.
Wynn, the junior, headed toward the Tuskegee sideline. Not able to get there fully. Can't predict anything, but it looks like it might be a cramp. He's holding that right calf muscle, but the officials trying to make sure to get the players back out on the field. You can hear that in the background. Marcus Jeter and his outstanding training staff for Tuskegee tending to win just on the field of play.
You have to give all credit to the training staff for Tuskegee. In the lobby of the hotel this morning, they had 2 trolleys full of equipment. And the young ladies, I'm just looking at them handling all these huge bags. You all are working hard. 7 o'clock in the morning, and they were delivering stacks of equipment to the buses.
Yeah, I saw them coming off the elevator. She had a time getting it off of the elevator, too. They went out the largest doors on the elevator, but she worked it through. We worked our way through to 9:18 left in the third. Timeout on the field. Albany State leads 7-0. We'll take a break as well on GTSN.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
We're back live here at the Coliseum. Albany State University after the timeout, when able to get over to the Tuskegee sideline, and play set to resume now. 7-0 lead for Albany State. They're down at the 28-yard line of Tuskegee. They line up in shotgun. Going by White to his left. Third down and 28 after the
As Bell said it, throw his back. Call. So another hand by the Tuskegee Golden Tide defense. 45 yards out.
From 37 is longest. This will be as long as he can hit here. TU packing the box. Snap high to get it down. Blocked at the line. You got a hand up on it. They're chasing it down now. They will let it hit right there and take possession of the football. So Tuskegee got the penetration on the field goal attempt, and they'll take it back on offense.
A couple of players from Tuskegee faking at the last minute if they wanted to pick up that loose ball.
field.
Now, this is a point in the game where Tuskegee's run game has to be productive. You can't rely totally on the mid to long passing game that they've been leaning on.
I like your judicious use of those words, mid to long, because that's what we've seen. One mid route that we've seen, nothing short in this first. McGrew. He'll set in the pistol, joined by Morris in the backfield. TU going right to left and listening to the right. 3 break it with the man in motion. McGrew, short step, looks off one receiver, going short, pass there. Catch to be made. I guess done by Preston Parker to turn and get that first down.
Speaking of grab, you make a face mask as the helmet came flying off.
Square at about a 5-yard mark. Back live at the Coliseum in Albany, Georgia. We apologize for our technical difficulties. So many people in here using their cell phones that it's interfering with the internet service. That's what's kicking us off. After that, but where we left you, Tuskegee able to convert on a 40-yard field goal from Larkin Ryans to cut into the Albany lead. Right now at 7-3 Albany. 4:33 remaining in the third, and Ryans set to kick it away to get you caught up here from the Coliseum. Ryans with the kick. This one will be returned. Step into the end zone is Watts. Wide to 10. Up the middle he goes. Watts banged near the 21-yard line and cracked right there. That's where Albany takes over the football.
I would not be surprised on this possession, Charles, to see Albany State go conservative and run the clock down to 4:27 in the third quarter. We saw them with a time-consuming drive in the second quarter where they went from their own 1 for a touchdown. I'm certain they want to repeat that strategy.
They come on to the playing surface. And Bell still there at quarterback for them. Took the place of Kinney, who got injured in that first half. 4:27 left in the third. TU would like nothing more here than to get Albany State on a 3. Low snap, Bell handles, gives it on the inside. Thomas turns his back to the defense, works it past the 25, up near the 26, and TU and back from there.
One play number 1. Player down for Tuskegee appears to be another player suffering from cramp. You can tell when a player goes down and they're not doing anything but trying to get a leg thrown on the field, try to get an identification. Looks like it may be one of the linebackers for Tuskegee.
Near the 30-yard line. Players taking advantage to go back over to their side of the field for a huddle.
The red cap is back on the field. So we have some time. I know that one thing is certain, Charles. After this game, I'm going to have to pay a visit to Mr. Leon Reed. We met before the game. He is one of the charter members of the Rams, and they have been getting together, supporting, funding, traveling with the state team for nearly 50 years. And anytime anyone invites us for a plate of food, and his description was quite sumptuous. They had to take that out of side of the stadium. So no matter the outcome of the game, we're going to pay a visit to Mr. Leon Reed.
About it. They had an interesting storyline with the group that once they started, as you referenced, 50 years ago. They started out, rather than calling themselves the Ram Rooters back then, they called themselves the DUI, something. Can't remember the last part of it, but they were noting the fact that they were all driving their cars to these games and invariably just getting pulled over for enjoying the games a little bit too much, and the officials not participating in it, issuing those tickets. So they wound up, and they wound up getting them a charter bus. And the rest, they say, is history.
That was a smart move. But what Mr. Reed told the game really is no matter where the team goes, home or away, we are there to support them as students and as athletes. So they have made their presence known. They have a section where they make themselves known, as well as the tent outside the stadium, But he also mentioned they contribute to the athletic program as well. So a salute to the Ram Rooters.
Yeah. And not unlike the alumni base at Tuskegee University, traveling, supporting the program that way in terms of being there at the ball games, but giving as well. So you start talking about marquee programs in the SIAC and HBCU and football in general, that's the marquee trademark of all the schools that are successful. A good, solid participating alumni base. At homecoming here, 2025 at Albany State. A lot of participation here by the faithfuls from Albany State. Gorgeous day here in this bowl setting inside the Coliseum. Pretty similar to the field at Tuskegee. Fans actually have some bleachers at the very top of the hillside here. Down here one time before the season started, I actually saw some of the lawn crew trying to cut the grass over on that side. And the big thing was that you don't want to get into an angle and you slide all the way down that hill.
It's a tricky hill to cut.
It's steep over there. Back to action now. Bell going to come back right there. Got the catch pass to Corey Petty. Petty makes the catch, turns upfield, and got it to the 40-yard line.
Nothing fancy. Short drop, two-step drop, hitting the receiver in stride, allowing him to run after the count.
As your reference, just a quick by Bell. At the 39, ball fake. Bell dumps it out in the flats. Catch going to be made there. They're working inside to the tight end. It's to Marion Davis. And Davis turns it upfield. Got about 8 on that pickup, maybe close to that first down marker.
The key is that he got the ball to Marion Davis where he could turn upfield quickly. Player down for Tuskegee behind the play at about the 45-yard line. So some of these players now are starting to show the ill effects. Falling to the turf now is Timothy Grayson. He was actually trying to get to the sideline. But again, this is the third player we've seen struggle for Tuskegee on defense.
Yeah, that's where it's getting in the middle of the day here, and it's getting a little bit warmer. But I can hear the voice when you're talking about the pass routes and the situation with the quarterback Bell with the 2 or 3 step drop, almost trying to will that over to Tuskegee's side. Like, take a note from these, take this page out of their book because it's working.
And Tuskegee has a similarly sized tight end in Preston Parker. So the idea of Tuskegee throwing the ball is a decent one. I like the strategy. It's just the decision-making on what types of passes you decide to throw.
Albany State moving this football right after Grayson is up and headed toward the Tuskegee sideline.
So here's what had to pop off the page to Tuskegee coaches. Albany State only allows 2.6 yards per run play. So in their scouting report, they said, okay, we're not going to lean on the run. We're going to be decent way to approach. The question is, Albany State's defensive backs have been so aggressive in their coverages, and disguising their coverage has been confusing to the Tuskegee quarterback.
Play had stopped momentarily. Albany in the huddle near the 40-yard line on the football. He out there already, ready for play to resume. No red cap for HBCU Go, which has the coverage this afternoon. So I don't know. Albany's just got to take his time getting back out there. Bell set to go to work. Thomas joins him in the backfield. 2nd down and 2. On the ground, Thomas works his way to the second wave of the TU defense. Initial mark is that is enough for a first down for Albany State. Just got into that pack of white jerseys, and Thomas somehow able to find some space for a first down.
Thomas just ran into the scrum, kept his feet moving, and moving forward, picks up the first.
Out of the pit, has his legs hit, but he stayed right side, spins off one tackler and works his way to the 45-yard line. That's just a great running effort there by Thomas. From Savannah.
You hear that term, contact balance. You get contact, able to maintain your feet. That time he broke about 2 tackles.
2:37 remains in the third. 7-3 lead for Albany State. They're at the 46 of Tuskegee now. Bell with a snap. On the ground, they work it to Thomas once again. Thomas dragged down from behind. 3 on that carry. Stop made by Ezekiel Moore for the Golden Tigers up front.
Notice how conservative Albany State's going with their play calls as they keep the ball on the ground.
Bell on the ground. Thomas again. Runs left side. This time runs into the wall about a yard shy of the first down marker.
This is just old school 3 yards and a cloud of dust football.
Sure.
Nothing fancy in between the tackles and their big line to carve out space, however you want to define space, as not in yards or feet, but in inches, and just going straight ahead.
Going to bring up a 4th down here for the Golden Rams, 4th and 2. They'll go on it. Bell going to keep it himself right at the line of scrimmage. You got the surge up front. Kaquan, Kimber, and a couple of other Golden Tigers right out in the front of that one.
Tuskegee was able to collapse the entire right side of that very formidable offensive line, stop the quarterback gain, and for the second time this game, get a turnover on a 4th down call.
Kaquan, Kimber, Messiah Wells, and also got some help out front that time from Ivory on that play to stop them in the backfield. Good job by that TU defense.
The other good news, they have tremendous field position for this next drive start.
They'll start it from their own 43-yard line. The freshman McGrew in the shotgun, slots either side.
Tuskegee's got to pick up the pace.
We're at 1:34 left in the third. Picking up the pace really translates to create a rhythm, is what they need. Snap high, McGrew handles. He'll keep it right side, rolls toward the sideline through a floater there, but the catch is made by Hall at midfield, and EJ turns it upfield to the 47.
Tremendous opportunity. There's that word again. Get back to the line of scrimmage. Go quickly.
They set it. They move the chains. Line of scrimmage to 47. See if they'll go right on this one after they get the chain set. 73 seconds left in the third. McGrew, and they'll slow it by looking to the sideline. Got to be an answer to that. Eager to get that rhythm continuous. You might have to take that delay. Here's the snap and whistles at the line of scrimmage. Boy, that's exactly the kind of thing. When you slow things up, you create opportunity for something to happen, and this time it's a penalty. TU got jumpy that time, and they got him for a procedure call that'll push him back 5.
We're at the time. Sorry about that. We got the time of the game, Charles. Tuskegee has to play clean football. They can't afford any of these pre-snap penalties, especially. That time, going on a 1st and 10, sluggish to the line of scrimmage. One player blows an assignment. Now you have a 1st and 15.
These players are eager, and sometimes when they delay, looking to throw their rhythm on it. Snap to McGrew. He'll step up in the pocket, shooting it upfield. Got a man behind the coverage. This one overthrown too. Parker had his man beat by sub-yards, but the pass went down.
Well, throwing these long pass pressure in his face, and as a result, they are just not accurate. That was about 5 yards. The receiver, it was decently thrown with enough arc to allow the receiver on it, went under it, but it just was not accurate.
So that got a 2nd down and 15 after the assessment. We're at 36 seconds left in the third. Play clock down, but they got to hurry. McGrew got it off. Step in the pocket now. Here's the pressure. They'll flush him right side. Raises and tosses it out of bounds behind the TU bench. So that'll bring up a 3rd and long now for the Golden Tigers.
McGrew versus field twice. Back to the far side. No one was open. Again, in these plays, he starts to improvise. His receivers have to come back to the football. They can't continue their patterns deep downfield. Someone has to make a play, come back, take the quarterback, allow him to find.
Question I have is it too far down the field to be able to come back in enough time? Maybe as well you can do that. McGrew, they're going to try to set a screen. They got it in the middle of the field, and the football is dropped. Tried to get it in the hands of Rouser. Rouser turning, but not able to get it cleanly.
Tuskegee does not have screen. That time it had more of a flanker screen than relay. and Albany State had enough players in the vicinity to throw that play off.
It's a wonderful description of how that looked. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, it didn't look like it was something that was very well practiced a lot, right? Let's try this versus, when it looks very crisp.
It was the right idea,
Sure.
just poor execution.
Yeah, nice call on that. I'll bring up fourth, and I'll bring Brent Callum on the punt it away. Callum Brent, that is. He'll kick it, and this will be caught at the 14-yard line.
And here's the thing about the screenplay, Charles, as you know, the quarterback has to do a good job allowing the pressure to come in just and the linemen have to hold their water before they reel. That time, the linemen of Tuskegee were breaking up where the pass was completed. So even if it was caught, it's just out of sync.
Sure, good call on that. Defense has not sold all the way into pursuing to the quarterback because it's undeveloped up front. It works when you've got it laid out and you execute.
Well, it's a play that requires patience. You can't be over anxious if you're a lineman and the receiver, if it's a running back, to that kind of running a circle route.
Football circle to go to Rams of Albany. 16 seconds left in the third. Bell in the pocket, feels it collapsing, so he'll step up and run it, but he's tripped up near the 20-yard line. And that will take us to the end of the third quarter here inside the Coliseum at Albany State. After 3, the Golden Rams on their homecoming 2025. They lead at 7-3 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Will step out for a break and bring you the fourth quarter here on GTSN.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
I grew up coming out to this land. There's just something special about it. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's really important to me.
And we are back live here inside the Coliseum at Albany State University. Into the fourth quarter we go. Charles Rossiter, glad you could join us on GTSN. Tuskegee trailing 7-3. Still within striking distance, but the rule of the day is exactly what you talked about, Lassiter. They play mistake-free football from this one.
Opportunity is there. 7-3 going into the fourth quarter at Albany State's homecoming. Just to recap.
TU got the 40-yard field goal. Norfolk Lions in the third to get their first score of the ball game. Golden Rams will be starting the fourth quarter from their own 15-yard line. That TU defense stout pretty much all of this football game. The one score by Albany State early in that ball game really came as a result of that one run by the quarterback, Penny, early on.
So I'm going to put myself in the helmet of a Tuskegee defensive back. And there may be an opportunity, there's that word again, that I may try to make a play, a gambling play on a football that Albany State attempts on a pass. Now that's breaking with protocol. That may be breaking with formation. But what do you have to lose if you're a defensive back for Tuskegee at this point in the game and in the season?
Okay, already with the one interception early on in this football game. So they can come with something here.
Point being, if I'm Tuskegee on defense, I'm thinking turnover. I'm trying to swat the ball out of the carrier's hand, gambling on pass plays.
Set to begin the fourth. Bell sets in shotgun. Rams going right to left in this final quarter of play. Slots either side. TU4 up front. Low snap. Bell handles. Shoots it out in the flats. Catch going to be made there near the 23-yard line. About a yard shy of the marker, though.
What's interesting about Quincy Crawford, the defensive back corner, Tuskegee had excellent coverage, made a break on that ball. He's about a step late. If Crawford's able to diagnose that out route a little bit earlier,
he can get it.
He's going for a pick six.
Nice call. He was just right there at the edge of it. 3rd down and 1. Bell, he'll try to run for it right side. He's got the first down, got some real estate there right side, shoved out of bounds near the 40-yard line. TU's done a good job on situations in this game. Stopped Albany State on 2 critical 4th downs early in this football game. There on a 3rd and 2, the quarterback Bell into his own, run it right side for the first.
Fortunate for Tuskegee that the linebacker Michael McGuire diagnosed that forced out of bounds because it was clear safety past McGuire.
From the 41-yard line. Bell quickly back. He'll take the snap. Ball fake. Shoots it out in the flats. Going to be made out there by Jackson trying to turn the corner. He tiptoes the sideline for Albany State after the grab. And where they mark it, they put him near what's like a 47-yard line. Got about 7 on that little pitch flats. Albany State, we've seen this all game long. They get that momentum, they tend to go quickly. 2nd down and 3 after the catch by Jackson. Here's just on the ground. They go left side. White looking for room, but TU wrapping him up. Looks like they're playing football as well.
Player we've called a lot this afternoon, Devon Irving Jr. for Tuskegee, making an excellent stop. He's actually still down on the field. Again, seems suffering from cramps as he's just prone right at the 50.
Or just kind of back into that TU lineup after an injury. But here, trying to get up under his own power. And the training staff quickly out there.
You can see him motioning as if he's trying to find something to drink. He may be a little bit dehydrated. You see the training staff on the field. But he's still prone as both teams retreat to their sidelines.
Yeah, he was looking like you said, just calling for some liquid if he could get it. Yeah, it's getting warm, even warmer down here in South Georgia. And players, as a result, things are cooling off relatively in terms of this time of year, but today it's just scorcher down here.
Well, Irving loosens up, bounces back to the sideline.
Jogs over there with the thermos in hand, so good sign. Likely see him back in. He's headed straight to the coolers there, Mark, just behind the TU bench. He's trying to get a cold towel to get on his neck now. Do what you can to hydrate and stay cool.
He may try to stash one of those Gatorades in his pants pocket before on the field.
Have to sit out at least one play here. We're at 13:04 remaining. The homecoming Golden Rams of Albany State and TU get them all they can handle at this point. 7-3 lead for Albany State. Golden Rams 4-0 in conference play, 5-1 overall. TU in unfamiliar territory at 2-4 at this point in the season, and 1-3 in the SIAC. Amount of help with some other teams to get away of conference play. One thing they have to do first, though, is they have to take care of things that's in front of them.
Yeah, I think the first step for Tuskegee is to see if they can escape the fog that they were in for 2 weeks against Fort Valley and against Morehouse, two teams that they played that were both coming in and escaped Tuskegee with their first wins of the season, especially Morehouse, which had not won more than a game over the last seasons. Morehouse is turning into a powerhouse, all of a sudden winning 2 in a row and playing at home themselves for homecoming.
Sure, TU on a 4-game losing skid. All the way back to the 2021 season. The Tuskegee team lost 4 games in a row. Trying to break that here against the Golden Rams. Albany State band to our right just been up all day long. Play set to resume now as Irving gets to the sideline. Bell and the Golden Ram offense back. Football at midfield, sitting at the left hash mark as they go right to left in the fourth quarter. White joins Bell in the backfield. They'll stack it left. Will go on the ground. White angling back to the inside. They needed to get it to the 49 for first down. Little Mr. ran away from the strength to get the first.
Tuskegee playing a bit of a matchup zone is that ball as Albany State brought 2 players in motion to the near side. Tuskegee brought 2 defenders at the same time, simultaneously trying to match up with the motion.
And that's exactly what Albany State did after they saw that. They ran it to the right side where the 2 guys left. By design, no doubt. Bell takes the snap here on a first down play. We have it here and we will. Down the field, trying to cover that time for TU was Quincy Crawford. Crawford was on the play by Omari Stewart, the senior. And sometimes that's all you can do is to prevent the touchdown.
Bell has a big enough arm to make that throw easily 40 yards downfield. Tuskegee is victimized by the hold, as you mentioned. They'll be penalized 10 yards.
As we get that call, the noticeable thing about that is that was really set up for that Golden Ram offense. They started running the football, short passes out in the flats to kind of get that Tuskegee defense softer. Then they spread the field with that pass, and it results in a first down after the hold. But they really, a good sequence of plays there set that up. A variety of plays. Now on the ground, they'll keep it. No, they'll fake ball fake and try to get it out there in the flats on the pass to Davis. Partially deflected at the line of scrimmage. Bell holding up football for a long time, riding the belly of the running back, holding out on the pass.
What they're doing is giving Tuskegee a lot to consider on the ball fakes. Bell, the third-string quarterback, he's demonstrated he has a big arm, but he's also showing he's a decent ball handler because some of these ball fakes have been very effective.
One thing we should point out, we'll do it after play as they go with a second down and 10. Bell shoots out in the flats on the comeback route. Catch is made, but Jamil Williams right up from that Tuskegee defense and right out there on the coverage.
He's one of the best quarterbacks in the conference. Play perfectly. Quarterback for Albany State dropped a sidearm pass to the near sideline, showing some creativity to evade pressure. But as it stands, no game.
12 sideline, and they play right in from the sideline from the head coach. And that's the reason that we're seeing the first offense from the Golden Rams at NFL. And you see that in terms of a quarterback in the NFL knowing how to mix up plays and really get that offense generated. And that's the result of having leadership on the sideline. Time to field, Golden Rams had time out. They take it with 11 points remaining in the ball, and they take it leading 7-3. Step out for a break on GTSN.
Hey, Golden Tiger fans. Arthur A.J. Woodson here, class of 2010, current president for the New York Tuskegee Alumni Association, encouraging all other alumni chapters to sign up for this year's Golden Tiger Sports Network Alumni Chapter Challenge, grand prize being a deluxe tailgate experience being held at this year's homecoming. Sign your chapters up now so that you can be a part of the weekly score predictions, trivia during the game, and even have a live check-in during the game on the GTSN if your chapter is hosting a watch party. So sign up and be a part of this year's Alumni Chapter Challenge.
Greeting, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Reginald Ruffin, your Director of Athletics, and you're listening to the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
.11 26 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. We're live from at Albany State University. Albany with a 7-3 lead at their homecoming. And they took the time facing the third down and 12. Tuskegee defensively. They definitely want to keep Albany out of the end zone. Maybe that bad, but you can't afford to give them a touchdown.
Well, the way both offenses have struggled, you are dead on with that comment. We are a third of the way through the final quarter, and the game has just been hanging there for each team to decide whether they want to grab it or not. And it's been hanging for about the entire second half.
Yeah, you've been using the word opportunity all game long, and it's just being in the balance with who really wants to claim it and put their stamp on this contest. It'll be another big challenge for this Tuskegee defense on this third down. The play gets set to Tuskegee finally returning home after this ball game. Next weekend, they will host the Yellow Jackets Allen University, the Abbott Memorial Stadium at Tuskegee. You've already got your tickets for it.
What's that game next week?
It's a 1 o'clock kick.
Okay.
Yep, 1 o'clock. I beg your pardon. No, it's a 3 o'clock kick showing on schedule here against Allen.
Okay.
So that one won't be starting at night. It'll be close to dark. Maybe by the time that one's over and Tuskegee's won it. No question about it. TU need to set their sights on perhaps Steve out the decks with Allen and then for Lane at homecoming the week following. So play set to resume now. Third down and 12. Ball at the 35-yard line. TU going to put 4 up front defensively. Bell will set in shotgun. To his right is Thomas. Now in motion. They bring Rose. Ball fake. Bell shoots it underneath. Thomas, legs cut from under him at the 30-yard line. Michael King doing a solid job there, watching that waistline and making that stop.
You make a great point, because one thing that Tuskegee will have to keep in mind is their tackling technique. These receivers for Albany State, they can be very elusive.
4th and 6 here. They're going for it on the 4th down. We're under 11 minutes remaining. Football at the 29-yard line of Tuskegee. TU got to make another 4th down stop if they can do it here. Bell lines up. Clock at Thomas. Sets to his left. Snap to Bell. Short drop. Looks. Fires across the middle. Threw it too short underneath. Pass goes complete. Had Rose on a crossing route. Right to the blue card. So the defense comes up big again.
Bell had what he wanted. Just missed his target. His ball was nose down as opposed to going straight at the receiver. Just seemed to dive at the last minute. Low throw. Tuskegee takes over on offense. How many times have we said that? That's the 4th down conversion that Tuskegee defense is forced.
Indeed, right. They'll turn that football back over to the offense now with 10:36 remaining. TU push this football up the field, starting the drive from the 30. So the freshmen can come alive here on this drive. They go left to right. Final 10 minutes, 36 seconds. Hall to the right of McGrew. One-on-one there. On the ground to keep it, spinning ahead with the football is Zena Mull for TU. Zena with a pickup of 3. Break side for the ball. To the 40 for the first. Clock continuing to run. Play clock at 20 as McGrew squares, gets the snap. Pumps once through it, upfield, catch going to be made. I think that was coming out that time with the catcher Cooper. So Devin Cooper able to sit down one.
That time McGrew throwing off a 1 through. Now, big third down call coming up, 2 yards to go.
Got to get it again to the 40 for the first down. To the sideline, they look again. Go down to 9:40 left. TU trailing 7-3. McGrew set, take the snap. Late on the snap, he got it. Going upfield again, trying to get it down behind the coverage and throw the football 20 yards beyond any receiver.
Tusk was fortunate they weren't called for a penalty as it appeared. One of their offensive linemen got an early start. No flag thrown, but a 4th and short call coming up for the Tigers.
I think what they thought was that they had a free play. I think they thought that the Rams jumped. That's why they took that shot downfield. But you had a couple of our linemen kind of raising their hands, wondering where the flag was. Instead, they had to go on the play, and that'll force the punt. So Calvin on to see if he flipped the field. Golden going to start. They'll send Cameron Watts back. Albany the punt from Brent. Callum's done a good job on all game long. See if he can get off another. Don't want to have Watts with the ability to return it. Cameron, good punt there by Brent. Watts going to field it at the 20. It steps up to the 20. Past the 30-yard line now. Got it up to the 35-yard line. And you could just see by that little short return that he is a return specialist, just by the little moves he's made there on a couple of defenders trying to grab him.
Decent punt, but he was very decisive on where he wanted to go on the return. Picked his spot, did not play around, hit the hole hard, and as a result, Albany State has decent field position to start their drive.
One of the conference in terms of punt returns in Hyundai here at homecoming. The Golden Ram offense will come out now with 9 minutes and 12 seconds left in the football game. Still stuck on this 7-3 lead.
We're at a point in this game, Charles. Tuskegee may only see this one more time.
Sure. You got to be looking at that clock now because it's getting into that point of the game. On the ground, Albany State. This is time to find some space up near scrimmage. Good defensive surge up front there by Jaden Brown, the freshman from Statesboro, Georgia, for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee.
And what's interesting about that play call is that Albany State is saying, okay, we don't care. We'll run the clock. We'll just run the ball in the middle of the field.
That's exactly what they want, that clock to be an ally. I think they're confident in their ability to score the football. Now they want to burn time.
And notice how they're allowing the play clock to run down at the same time.
It's under 10 now as they get set. They'll snap. On the ground, Thomas again. Trying to inch underneath that Tuskegee defense near the 38. Over a third down now for Albany State.
When this next snap occurs, we will be under 8 minutes to go in the ball game.
It'll be a third down effort for the Golden Rams. Bell peering the sideline for a play call. This football game, as you referenced last, just kind of sitting there. Somebody take me, please. Bell ready to go now. Low snap, but he handles. Checks off it down to Thomas at the sideline, and he bobbles the football. So another fourth down. This time the Golden Rams going to have to punt this football away.
As strong as Bell's arm is, he does not have the touch to make the short throw, the easy throw. It's the second ball we've seen trying to get a back out of the backfield that was thrown at his ankles. You could see the back turn to Bell. It's like, okay, I'm wide open. All you have to do is hit me in the chest.
Yeah, not lose sight of the fact that Bell is third on their depth chart. Likely a play we see that they have more confidence in it than the second person on the chart to execute. Kick, high punt coming there from right. Fair catch called for by Hall. EJ squeezes at the 29-yard line, and Tuskegee takes over from there. And as you referenced, 7:37 remaining in the football game.
So with 7:37, this may be the last time he touches the football.
They want to take this football from what's going to be the 30-yard line, 70 more, get a touchdown.
Well, first thing first. If they want to get to the 40.
And then the 50.
And then the 50. Correct. Baby.
McGrew. He will set shotgun. They bring Cooper in motion. Now they send him back the other way. On the ground, they'll work it toward the sideline, right side. Up to the 35-yard line.
Okay, I'll take a 6-yard gain on first down. Not a problem.
Not at all. First start there.
Tempo going to be key, Charles, because now clock is running. You're in the middle of the field. You've got outs remaining.
Got one showing here on the scoreboard.
One showing on the scoreboard, so you have to use your time wisely.
Clock running at 7:03 as they peer to the sideline for the play.
We're under 6. We're under 7 now.
Second down and 4 after a pickup of 6 on the previous. On the ground, Mulba wrapping up that football at the secondary level now. Zena past midfield inside of Golden Ram territory. Runs it to the 47.
Wouldn't this be an interesting time of game for Tuskegee to break out their dormant running game? As Albany State is back on the field, they could be, as talented as they are, they could be a little fatigued being on the field late in this game.
Yeah, it's evened out a little bit in terms of that possession time out there on the field for both squads. Good run there by Zena, left side. Got it over to the Albany State side of the 50 as we go to 6:20 remaining in the football game. A couple of good runs in here that softens up a lot of different things. Snap. McGrew looking upfield, going long again. Got a man and overshoots him again.
The deep ball is not his strength.
Not at all.
Had a man about 3 yards open. Coverage was there, but late. And you could see the quarterback for Tuskegee clap his hands after that play, knowing that he had a man open. And that was an opportunity to get the 6.
There it is. At some point, they know that the play is working because they've got the separation. You may just need to float it up there. Not try to lead him so much. Let him come back to the football.
Well, if you float it, it still has to be accurate.
He's got the right general area. It's just too deep.
Correct. Got the right idea.
On the ground, this time they run it straight ahead on the carry for Tuskegee. It is Spivey, and Spivey with a big break up the middle for the Golden Tigers. Runs it inside the 35, and Tuskegee picks up another first down on the ground.
I like what Tuskegee's doing in their run game. Their offensive line has got to be feeling very good about themselves all of a sudden.
It looked like they're trying to hurry on this one. And no, they want the linemen. We're getting up there like, let's line up. We're ready to go. Then they break it with the rhythm play toward the sideline as we go to 5:39 remaining in the football game. TU at the 34-yard line of Albany State, trailing 7-3. Snap to McGrew. Looks, checks off, got Hall on a crossing route, and that pass thrown too high and incomplete. They tried to do what we were calling for all game long with a crossing route there, but the pass a miscue.
E.J. Hall was open at the 30-yard line. Ball was thrown up. Had to reach up with pressure coming defensive back. That's a difficult catch, I should say, to make.
TU facing a second down and 10 from the 34. All a couple of players with hands on their hips. TU gets ready to run this second down play. Man in motion, Cooper right side. Snap, looking that's too far out of bounds.
Ball might have been tipped at the line of scrimmage.
They put McGrew down on his rear end after the throw. It may have been tipped as you referenced last, and that one floated out of bounds. So that'll bring up a third down now for Tuskegee.
We are in officially 2-down territory with 10 yards to pick up for the first.
McGrew will be joined in the backfield. Slots either side. And the timeout. Coach Gray and the Golden Rams take the timeout for 5:23 in this football game. Tuskegee really stepping the rhythm up of that despite sideline for the plays.
You just said another magic word. That's rhythm. This game has been very strange throughout this second half. It's just been a little back and forth in the middle of the field. Now suddenly Tuskegee is sensing that they have an opportunity to win this ball game if they can convert on this first down, that they will probably have 2 plays designed to pick up this 10 yards.
Chance to just upset down here at Homecoming 2025 and just throw a wrench into the plans of the Golden Rams. Golden Rams, not sure if it was just by happenstance or not, scheduling for Tuskegee for their homecoming this year. They were hoping that this was going to be a statement game for them to show their dominance.
Well, it's been a statement, all right. It's been a statement that they came into this game a little bit hungover, a little bit sluggish. And for Tuskegee, who has not really played a picture-perfect game, they find themselves with an opportunity. If they can pick up another 34 yards, they could take the lead in a game that has been sitting there all afternoon.
Indeed. You know, this is poster material for Coach James and his coaching staff throughout the week that, hey, these guys scheduled us, Tuskegee, for homecoming. What kind of statement are they trying to send to us in terms of our program? You can't let that stand. That feeds on the momentum of this team. Right now, TU has got it. They'll have it at the 34 after this timeout. And as you referenced last, it's third down, but you're definitely in 2-down territory to get that first.
Well, to your point, one of the great motivators is, are we not men? And so Aaron James and his troops have it there for the taking. And these 2 play calls, not just this 1 play call, these 2 play calls could be the biggest play calls of the entire season.
Yeah. Just imagine, don't want to get too far ahead of this, but just imagine what a win for Tuskegee in this game would do for them. You know, that's a little bit stretching it. We're going to go first down by first down. But
well, one thing is certain, it makes the bus ride home a lot more pleasant.
No question about it. Homecoming fans have been quieted here inside the Coliseum for the moment. TU back after the timeout. McGrew will set in shotgun, and it'll be Spivey lining up right behind him with 3 receivers down to the right of McGrew and a lone receiver, Parker, up to his left.
The right tackle for Tuskegee is big number Roland Grimmett, 56, 6'4", 300. Grimmett could be a key to this play, lined up right side.
He's the one that's been calling for them to go a little faster rhythm in terms of the offense, too. Third 10 for TU now from the 34. McGrew in motion, Cooper. Now back to the right, movement up front. They got a free play here. They're going to go for the end zone. Hall trying to come back with the football. He caught it, but he was out of bounds on the catch. The flag indicates the offsides by Albany State. So that'll definitely make it a better situation. It'll be 3rd down and 5 now for that Tuskegee offense.
Great call as Tuskegee trying to take advantage of that penalty, going to the same spot to the sideline, trying to get a hit on a play. But now you have 2 plays to pick up 5 yards.
You got to give credit here because with that delay game that they normally have in terms of snapping it, this time it worked. They got Albany State to jump off sides. Saw a couple of hand claps that time by McGrew, and they went on the 3rd and got him off sides. That'll make it 3rd and 5 now after the penalty against Albany State. McGrew, same set, 3 receivers to his right. Got some movement up front there by Albany State on the coverage on the outside. Now TU will back up and pull Spivey to McGrew's left. He'll take the snap. Pressure at the corner. Going one-on-one through at the downfield. The receiver broke the route off.
Miscommunication. The receiver broke off his route. Ball was thrown into the corner of the end zone, just not on the same page quarterback McGrew thinking it would be a fly route.
3rd and 5. They threw it to the end zone. Now you were forced to at least get 5 on this 4th down play. That's a strong gambler's mentality there. Football at the 29. No longer 2 down territory. You got to get 5 on this play to keep it. McGrew alone in the backfield on this 4th down play. TU got to get that 1st down to keep it.
Single coverage on the near side.
He'll drop, looks to his left, fires at the corner and threw it right out of bounds. Not a receiver in the area for Tuskegee.
What Albany State has done, Charles, been very effective at bringing late pressure. That time, just as McGrew was delivering the ball, Andrew Ruffin, the linebacker, was in his face. They're able to get pressure on McGrew. It doesn't appear at first that he has anybody on him, but the closing speed was such that it threw the pass off, wasn't even close.
Yeah, and Tuskegee just does not have an offensive set for that kind of pressure up front. They're not flexing the tight ends right about the line of scrimmage. They just free somebody up to just dump it over. All of their routes seem to be designed to at least go a certain distance down the field, and it doesn't work when you don't have the time.
Well, it's also a bit of a shock to the system when you're playing an athletic team like an Albany State that is this quick on defense.
They'll take it over now with 5:06 remaining. They run it on the ground. Thomas, workhorse last couple of possessions for Albany State. He'll work it up to about the 34-yard line. You know they're sensing, let's get us a few more 1st downs here and let's burn the clock on them. TU with 1 timeout left showing on the scoreboard. They'll have that one at the 2-minute mark. Albany State, it's clear, 7-3 or 40-3. They just want to be ahead in the score column, and they're trying to protect that right now.
Tuskegee trying to cheat its linebackers closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating run.
Now, to your point, you talked about it early on, this is the time that you're trying to rip that football away every time they run the football. It'll be Bell trying to run it right side. Step past one defender, spins off another tackler, and Bell picks up one of the 1st downs that they needed to get this clock running. You referenced the big body frame of Bell, the quarterback. He used all of it that time, just bouncing off would-be tacklers.
The blocking out front was such that Nord for Tuskegee was just sent flying, heels over helmet. Their offensive line now understands the task. They've got to fire out, pick up some running plays.
Daquan Kimber kind of overrunning that play as Bell worked it right side and got it up to the 45 and a fresh set of downs for Albany State. The clock running here inside the Coliseum. 6 to snap it. Low snap to get it on the ground. This is Weich with the football. Weich pushes the pack near the 47.
Tuskegee down to 1 timeout. Albany State very confident. The play clock is at 30 seconds to go, so this next snap will come under 3 minutes remaining in the ball game.
Snap will come from the 47-yard line. Play clock at 17. Albany going to give that a little time to breathe before they take this snap. It'll be under 2 before they bring in the tight to the right side. This time they misdirection and run it back to the left. We've seen that before. This time it works again. Banged in his tracks, though. Good open field tackle that time by Grayson on Weich near the 49-yard line.
Timothy Grayson still playing with passion. You can see when he got up after that tackle, he's punching the air, trying to keep his teammates motivated. But the problem for Tuskegee, as we talked about, Charles, that may have been the last opportunity for them to touch the football. Albany State doing what they do best.
Sorry to cut you off, Mark, here, but they'll get it back. They'll have that 2-minute stop, and then they'll have the 1 timeout left. So they've got to convert defensively on this 3rd down. Right here's what they've got to do to get it back. Snap the Bell. It's low. He'll roll right side. Here comes the pressure. Dumps it out and threw it incomplete. He's trying to get it to the man circling out. That was Arrington McGray, the tight end, the backup tight end, and the pass goes incomplete, so that will bring up 4th down.
I stand corrected. Tuskegee's defense making a great play once again on the quarterback, trying to throw that short pattern that he has struggled to complete. Tuskegee will get the ball back one more time.
Indeed they will. They'll have it on the front end of this 2-minute timeout. So the chance, the opportunity is there for Tuskegee. Assuming that Albany State punts this football, because we've seen this in another game now. If they'll actually kick it away, it'll be right set to do that. And Hall stands at the 25. High snap, right with the kick, trying to turn it over. Not able to throw it right out of bounds near the 24-yard line, where it looks like it went out of bounds.
One thing is certain, we have next week's trivia question. How many times did we mention opportunity?
Sure, right.
The phone lines are now open.
Yeah, it's your opportunity to answer the question about opportunity. 2-minute mark here. That's that regulation timeout. TU on the scoreboard has one more left after that as well. Let's take this break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way through as TU trying to fight from behind, trailing 7-3.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, and this is the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Special thanks to Commissioner Anthony Holloman, always a strong supporter of all the schools in the SIAC, and a big supporter of the Golden Tigers Sports Network as well. We're live here with 2 minutes left at Homecoming 2025 for the Golden Rams of Albany State. Tuskegee tugging at the outside here. 7-3 they trail. They have the football back after the punt exchange. And Mark, if there's ever a time to string together a solid 2-minute drive, this is the time for Tuskegee.
You've got to wonder what is going through the head of head coach Aaron James, who's known for his offensive play calling, being a former quarterback. He's got to be thinking, okay, I have 75 yards to win this game of the year. What would I do? What would I do out there?
We have seen the trend of Tuskegee trying to burn it all on the long plays down the field, and you've been emphasizing it all game long. Certainly, you don't have to take that route. They have had players open downfield, but they just have not been able to connect on the passes. See how they play these final 2 minutes out. They come to the line of scrimmage, football at the 21-yard line. McGrew joined by Spivey in the backfield.
Note the cornerbacks for Albany State playing press coverage.
Right at the sideline, right in front of the face of E.J. Hall is Gainey for Albany State. That's why it's so appealing to go down that sideline, because E.J. can get that first step. If you're going to do it, you got to connect on the pass. Shotgun for McGrew. Spivey joins him to his left hook. Snap, Spivey, pressure, fires underneath, comeback, football in the air, and almost intercepted. Trying to get it to Cooper on the crossing route.
Cooper in traffic, defended by one of the linebackers for Albany State, who's right on his back. Looked like Luke Rose, the defensive back, was also in the area. So short drop, but excellent coverage as Albany State has loaded up closer to the line of scrimmage, predicated by the play of its cornerbacks.
2nd and 10 after the incompletion. We're under minute 55 now remaining in this football game. 7-3 Albany leads. Tuskegee trying to pull off a miracle here. McGrew, he'll take the snap. Pressure at the corners, unloads toward the sideline and shoots it long and almost through an interception. Robert Floyd almost with the pick for Albany State. Wouldn't have really been a pick. Would have been just a completed pass to him.
Floyd was twisting and turning as he's facing the quarterback, trying to make a play on the football. Actually got his hands on it, and he's falling close to the out-of-bounds marker. But now, as it stands, here's a third down call for the Golden Tigers.
Golden Tigers with third down, the full 10. Likely two-down territory. So McGrew to the sideline with 1:49 left.
Cornerbacks for Albany State again in press coverage.
Snap to McGrew. Steps in the pocket. He'll loop. Got some space there left side. He's got to that stick. Puts his body out and can't reach it. The 26-yard line. Tried to fake to the inside, but they pull him down at the 26.
He almost got to a stick, but it was the wrong one. He's trying to get to the forward stick. That time it only picks up about 3 yards, which will bring up a 4th down and 7 call.
And they got to go for it here, no doubt about it. You're not going to get the football back again. So it's 4th for Tuskegee here. 4th down and 6. Got to get it to the 31. Otherwise, ball game over. Snap to McGrew. Pressure at the corners are coming. Dumps it underneath, and he threw it incomplete. He's trying to get it to Wilson on a crossing route, and that one goes incomplete. And Albany State seemingly has staved off a charge by the Golden Tigers here late in this football game with 63 seconds left.
There's that linebacker, Andrew Ruffin, again in coverage. The athleticism of Albany State showing up. A flag thrown on that.
There you go. I was looking for it. Automatic first down as well. How about that? Didn't even see that flag down there.
Christmas comes early in Albany, Georgia.
Indeed, it does. With 63 seconds left, a breath of life for the Tuskegee. Fire the flag against Albany State. Automatic first. Football at the 20. Got them now. Opportunity is there. Snap, through in the pocket, looking field, shoots it across, crossing route. He just got his bell rung near the 40-yard line, but able to hang on to that football.
We're under a minute to go. Clock will be running as that pass was completed in the center of the field.
Gotta hurry here. 49 left. McGrew.
You don't have time with the counts. You got to go first down.
They go to McGrew, pressure at the corner. He steps past that, raises it, shoots it upfield. Got a man on the comeback. Catch going to be Parker. Get out of bounds, Parker. At the sideline, he gets free there and gets out of bounds near the 32. How about that play?
You were chiding him to get out of bounds. Does.
I can get 10 more. Wait, Ward. Wait. And he got it.
Tuskegee in decent shape on the field to take a few deep shots. Now 28 seconds remaining.
Football at the 34-yard line. Chance of defense coming from the Albany fans on this side of the stadium. TU on the other side getting a chance going. More pensive than anything else. Fingers crossed. Snap, McGrew in the pocket. Got time. Feels the pressure, and they'll get a sack on him. And he lost the football. He's trying to throw it. It was a fumbled football. Officials going to step in. I think they may rule him down on that. But McGrew, if they don't get the help from the officials, it'll go over to Albany State.
McGrew, as you mentioned, trying to make something out of nothing, rolling free, and his hand appeared to be trying to get the ball downfield any way possible, but it had the appearance of a fumble.
Coach Quinn Gray going to throw a flag on that one, obviously thinking that call is going to go in favor of Tuskegee. So Coach Gray wants to take a look at it. You see him on the replay here inside the Coliseum, stepping out the field and throwing that flag.
Intentional grounding.
So I wonder if I guess he'll pick his flag up now. Maybe he wants to see instead.
Good news, Tuskegee will maintain possession, but they will lose a chunk of yardage and the down. So with 19 seconds remaining, let's reset. The opportunity still off because you have a sense that Tuskegee is going to go deep. The problem with deep plays, they take longer to develop, longer to run. So they will take over possession somewhere close to midfield. We won't mark it off. We won't assume whether the referees are going to spot. Opportunity is still there.
That works. It's like they're putting it down right at the 38. And they're looking at that replay here. I think the challenge was still, well, they didn't go up under the tent. So, well, I see the red flag behind the officials, though, as they stand at the 40-yard line. I guess they have. So they are going to challenge this.
So the referee's call, just to clarify, is that McGrew was down before he attempted or fumbled that football. It looked very awkward because he's spinning, going towards the line of scrimmage, trying to make something out of nothing. The ball came out of his hand. What had not been determined whether it was a forward pass, incompletion, or a fumble, or whether he was down by contact. They're going to sort this one out. Tuskegee wants to hope minimally that they maintain possession.
Absolutely right. As they look at it, it may be a little bit more difficult for them to overturn that because their call was that he was trying to throw it forward, call it an illegal forward pass, is what they called it, intentional grounding with nobody there. So that was the initial call. And if that's the case, what they see is going to, I don't know how it can be confirmed that it was any other way that he fumbled it versus throwing it forward that way. But they're under the tent looking. And we're at 19 seconds left in this football game. Another critical challenge play here in this game. Tuskegee challenged one early on. Didn't get rid of that. He had the one timeout remaining. And the officials trying to rack it up to take a look at it from the sideline. Don't see them going up under the tent. They may be waiting to play from HBCU. Go upstairs to take a look at it.
I see an official right at the 25-yard line, out of bounds. He's looking up at the booth. So you're correct. They're not looking under the tent. They're looking for some broadcast help.
Sure. They have this, don't see the Sky Coach system up here inside the arena. Before I think he's headed toward the tent now to maybe take a look at it. Yeah, they're bringing the iPad to now down near the 25 to take a look. And he has the ability to zoom in on that play to see that action. And he can at it as many times as they want. Other need initially stands. It will be a do or not call for Tuskegee. If they don't get this call, if it goes the way of Albany State, you can close this football game out. But if it stays the way that they called it initially, TU will have it. And they'll have it in a different position on the football field, but they'll still have it nonetheless.
This is the second, what we would define as a game-changing call that we've had in this football game. One way or another, it will determine the outcome of this football game.
They're taking several looks at it. A lot of normal times, it's kind of a one and done. They're pretty convinced that what they see on the initial replay, but this one's taking a little bit longer as they're looking at the different angles here inside the Coliseum for the call.
Well, the thing about this one that makes it different, Charles, is important.
Got to get it right.
19 seconds, correct. And, it's important that you have a replay system in place so they can for the benefit of both franchises.
Still over at the same level near the 40-yard on their side. 7-3 Albany, just 19 seconds to go. Call was intended. Fans all waiting for this call as well. And this is the longest one we've been involved with this season.
The officials are coming back towards the field of play. We're going to get the call in a moment now.
They finally get their last looks. They uphold the ruling on the field. So that favored keeping the football and keeping this football alive with 19 seconds left.
One thing Tuskegee does not want to do in this situation, Charles, is take a sack, because that would force you to get back to the line of scrimmage, regroup, and get another playoff with a lot of disarray on the field. So if it's not there, throw it away.
Good call. And you certainly hope that they've got at least the 2 plays called already coming out of this timeout, that if you complete the first and you wind up staying in bounds, you got to still line up and go quickly.
Well, key to that, you got to get the ball back to the officials really quickly, and everybody has to sprint to the line of scrimmage.
Operations, that's for sure. 2nd and 14 from the 38-yard line. 19 seconds left. Tuskegee got to get this football into the end zone. McGrew, he'll take a snap. Pressure coming, slides to his right, frees himself, fires at the sideline. Catch made there by Hall, and he's out of bounds near the 23. No, they say he was out of bounds just in front of the Albany bench. Phil Judge running in back of the end zone saying he was out of bounds. Right pass route. They just did not keep it in play.
13 seconds remaining at 2. But I would be surprised if Tuskegee did not take a shot into the end zone on this next play call.
Yeah, you almost have to stack it up on one side and toss it down to the corner or in the middle. Preferably in the middle. Give people a chance to jump at it and stay in play.
Problem is, can you protect McGrew that long to allow him the 5 seconds necessary?
If he doesn't feel it, he's got to tuck and get to a sideline and do it on 4th. Here's the snap. McGrew, pressure, steps up and loads it, threw it high and threw an interception. Threw it at the 15-yard line, and it was picked off there.
The problem for McGrew, he was hit as he threw by big 94 Amir Walton for Albany State.
And it was Deshaun Watson that came away with the interception for the Golden Rams of Albany State.
We've seen that late pressure on McGrew time after time, where he is apparently felt like he had time to throw, but the closing speed for Albany State is such that they are able to get in his face, and that time they actually got a hit on him as he was delivering the football.
So the Golden Rams go into celebration mode here now at the Coliseum. Tuskegee has to line up defensively for the final play of the football game, as Bell and Albany State, those gold helmets crunched together there, set to take a snap and take a knee. And that'll run the clock out here in the Coliseum and run the time out on Tuskegee. Golden Tigers gave it a hard-fought effort near the end of this football game. But at the end of the day, it's the Golden Rams hanging on to win the contest 7-3. Aaron James and Quinn Gray hugging near the 30-yard line. Good effort by both of those coaches. Quinn Gray and his squad, they come away with the win, and they remain undefeated in SIAC play.
Albany State may be celebrating, but at the same time, they're taking a collective deep breath because Tuskegee gave them everything they could handle this afternoon, losing by a score of 7-3 in a game that we anticipated would be a lot different. We were almost thinking that this could be a lopsided game if Albany State got off to a good start. Conversely, Tuskegee gets the early interception, which kind of set the tone, and all afternoon, the Tuskegee defense hung tough.
Indeed, they did. A couple of big 4th down stops for the Golden Tigers, just not able to string it together offensively. But there's no question that defense for TU kept them into the football game, counted at least 3 4th down conversions that they denied Albany State to keep that offense within striking distance. TU calls that homecoming for 8-3. We'll take a break. Come back. Game stop on GPSN.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
Back live here at the Coliseum, Albany State University. Golden Rams defend the home field at homecoming. They defeat the Golden Tigers 7-3. Mark, Tuskegee left it all out on the field in this ballgame.
You could not ask any more of the Tuskegee defense. They left something to be desired, as they had multiple chances to put points on the board when it mattered. But as it stands, Albany State escapes on their homecoming with a very difficult guest, wiping their feet all over the carpet and scaring them right into the last minute and only going away at the last moment.
They went at 7-3, so the Golden Rams now they go to 6-1 overall and undefeated in conference play at 5-0. And Tuskegee continuing to tumble there at 2-5 overall and 1-4 in the SIAC. Tuskegee back in action next weekend from Abbott Memorial Alumni Stadium on the campus when they will host the Yellow Jackets of Allen University. That coverage at 3 o'clock on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. We'll have the pregame show with Charles McNeil right before the countdown to kickoff, and then the kickoff from that ball game against the Yellow Jackets at Tuskegee University. Tough ball game for Tuskegee to absorb with the loss, Mark, but they played well. They'll be right back at it next week.
And we'll be right back at it as well. Look forward to it. And what can you say? You played as tough as you could. You still got a loss. 3 in a row is very strange territory for this Tuskegee University football team.
They fall to the Golden Rams of Albany State 7-3. Special thanks to Tuskegee University President Dr. Mark Brown, Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin, Chief Operating Officer Dr. Rolandis Rice, and the entire athletic staff at Tuskegee University, and to our outstanding production team for the Golden Tiger Sports Network, and to Charles McNeil for great coverage in our pregame and halftime show, and to Mark Lasker for his outstanding analysis on a weekly basis. Charles Ward saying thanks so much for joining us here on this Saturday afternoon from Albany, Georgia, where the Golden Rams defeat the Golden Tigers 7-3. This has been a Golden Tigers